The House will come to order. Sorry to yell. Today's pledge will be led by the children of 4 of our nonpartisan staff members today. So I'd like to invite forward Alexis and Ashley Pino, Macy Montykowski, and Stefania Zepernick. Stefania, sorry.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you being here today. All right, you can hand that microphone back to Kathy. Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile. Rep. Amabile is excused. Armagast. Bacon. AML Bacon. Bird. Rep. Bird is excused. Bockenfeld is excused. Basenecker. Rep. Bottoms is excused. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown. Catlin. Clifford. Doherty. DeGraff is excused. Degree Kennedy.
Here.
Duran. English. Epps. Evans. Frizzell. Froelich. Garcia. Representative Garcia.
Excused.
Hamrick. She's here. Hartsook. Hernandez. Herod. Holtorf. Judah is excused. Joseph. Kipp. Leader. Lindsay. Lindstead. Luck. Representative Luck. Luck's excused. Lukens. Lynch.
Here.
Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Marvin. Morrow. McCormick. McLaughlin. Ortiz. Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Rutinel. Sirota. I think she's here yet. Rep. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Representative Soper.
Excused.
Story. Rep. Story.
Excused.
Taggart. Titone. Rep. Titone.
Excused.
Valdez A. Velasco. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Representative Weissman.
Excused.
Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Excused. With 53 present and 12 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Oh, good. It's a pleasure serving with you, sir.
It's a pleasure serving with you as well, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Members, I'm needing it today, so God grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen. I move that the journal for Wednesday, April 24th, 2024, be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor that the journal be corrected by the Chief Clerk, please respond by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the journal is adopted. Are there any announcements and introductions this morning? Come on down. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Education Committee, we have a few bills online today. We have 1159, 1444, 143, 69, 113, and 1167. Bring some snacks. Thank you.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. House Finance will meet at 1:30 today down in room 112 to hear 6 Senate bills, 190, 184, 198, 123, 173, and 139. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. House Appropriations will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in a different room than normal, in House Committee Room 112, to hear the bills listed in the calendar and any other that may be in appropriations.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you as well.
Members, this is the third group from Cherry Creek School District to come into the House. This is the Challenge School. The Challenge School is a magnet school in Cherry Creek that's been around for a very long time. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to the Challenge School students and their teachers.
Representative Ricks.
Good morning, members. We have some guests in the House from United Way. Many of you know about United Way. United Way is there whenever we need a crisis, whenever there's a crisis, whenever something is going bad in community. You can always count on them for their for their philanthropy, for their support, for the resources that they provide. They provide classes for people everywhere from food to clothing to business opportunities for people who are looking for opportunities to start their own business, for youth. And so please stand, United Way guests that are here in the house. And you guys, please stand and give them a warm welcome.
Are there any other announcements and introductions? Seeing none, the House will stand in a very brief recess. Don't go far. Just so everyone knows what the plan is for today, we will be starting with the memorial for Jim Dyer, but we will just take a brief recess until everyone's ready to go. The House will come back to order. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of memorials.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of memorials. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Joint Memorial 24004.
Senate Joint Memorial 4 by Senator Simpson, also Representative McLaughlin, memorializing former Representative and Senator Jim Dyer.
Representative McLaughlin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to put that up still. It's Senate Joint Resolution 4. Memorial.
Move Senate
Memorial.
Joint Resolution 4 and have it be read at length, please.
Senate Joint Memorial.
Hello, can you hear me?
Let's do
You're
it.
good.
Okay.
Representative McLaughlin.
Okay, I move Senate Joint Resolution 4 and have it be read at length, please.
Senate Joint Memorial.
Memorial. I don't do these very often.
Okay.
Senate Joint Memorial 4 and have it be read at length, please.
Very good.
Whereas Jim Dyer, the former representative and senator, departed this life on April 29th, 2023 at the age of 85. And whereas Edward James Dyer Jr., known to everyone as Jim, was born December 9th, 1937 in St. Joseph, Missouri, to Edward James Dyer Sr. and Eleanor Grace Brown Dyer. And whereas Senator Dyer was raised in Kansas and graduated from Hayden High School in Topeka, Kansas, where he played football and was student council president. And whereas after high school, he attended St. Benedict College in Atchison, Kansas, graduating with a Bachelor of Arts degree in English Literature in 1959. And whereas after graduating from college, Senator Dyer attended Officer Candidate School. And whereas in 1963, Senator Dyer began his first tour in Vietnam as a lieutenant in the United States Navy. And whereas he served 2 more tours in Vietnam after transferring to the United States Marines in 1964 and rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel. And whereas during his 3 tours in Vietnam, Senator Dyer was awarded the Soldier's Medal, 3 Bronze Stars, the Air Medal, the Gallantry Cross with Palm from the Republic of Vietnam, and the Order of Military Merit from the Republic of Korea. And whereas to the men who served with Senator Dyer, his care for others was a distinguished characteristic. He made it known to his troops that he was there for them. And whereas General Ron Fogelman, former Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, called Senator Dyer a very loyal guy when it came to taking care of his troops and not forgetting them. He just never forgot his troops. And whereas on December 10th, 1966, Senator Dyer married Sherry Ferguson, and they had 3 sons, Jim in 1968, Andy in 1970, and Matt in 1974. And whereas in 1977, while serving in the Marines, Senator Dyer attended the U.S. Naval War College. And whereas after retiring from the armed forces, Senator Dyer and his wife moved with their 3 sons to Durango, Colorado, where he sold heavy equipment while pursuing a 2nd degree in career counseling from Fort Lewis College. And whereas Senator Dyer graduated from Fort Lewis College in 1986 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in career counseling. And whereas Senator Dyer was elected to the Colorado House of Representatives in 1988 to represent District 59, which includes Archuleta, La Plata, Montezuma, and San Juan counties. He was reelected 5 times and served in the House for 12 years. And whereas in 1998, Senator Dyer was elected to the Colorado Senate, representing District 6, comprising Archuleta, Delta, Dolores, La Plata, Montezuma, Montrose, Ouray, San Juan, and San Miguel counties. And whereas Senator Dyer had friends on both sides of the aisle and cared deeply about his district. And whereas during his time in the General Assembly, Senator Dyer served on many committees, including the House Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee, the House Appropriations Committee, the House Business Affairs and Labor Committee, the Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, the Senate Transportation Committee, the Senate Government, Veterans, and Military Relations Committee, and the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, on which he served as chair. And whereas both during and after his terms in the Colorado House and Senate, Senator Dyer wrote a weekly column for the Durango Herald, often discussing what was happening at the Capitol. And whereas in 2001, Governor Bill Owens appointed Senator Dyer to serve on the Public Utilities Commission, at which point he resigned his seat in the Senate. And whereas Senator Dyer was a member of the Marine Corps Association, the National Rifle Association, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and the American Legion. And whereas he loved his brother Marines and returned to Vietnam after he left the Senate. And whereas Senator Dyer was known for his care for others, his loyalty to his constituents and colleagues, and his deep patriotism. And whereas Senator Dyer characterized himself as a poet warrior, and others described him as a man who cared about all the right things, who made a positive impact in the places he went, who made a difference, and who was loved and respected. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that in the death of Jim Dyer, the people of the state of Colorado have lost a devoted public servant and an outstanding citizen, and that we, the members of the 74th General Assembly, pay tribute to Jim Dyer for years of dedicated public service, and do hereby extend our deep and heartfelt sympathy to the members of his family.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may be seated. Thank you. Jim Dyer was my representative and senator in Durango, and I learned a few things from him. The first thing is, if you want to run for office, kiss a baby first. And he did that with my daughter, who is now 35 years old. He kissed her, and that was the start of his campaign to run for office. It worked. Also, number two, pick a really weird occupation. He chose poet warrior. Nobody ever knew what a poet warrior was, but they all voted him in on that because it sounded like somebody who could be really nice to people, and he actually was really nice to people. Third one is, for your campaign, walk up and down the grocery store with an empty basket. You meet everybody. I don't think he ever really bought stuff there at the grocery store, but he walked up and down all the aisles. He met everybody. He talked to everybody. He asked them questions. And then he'd walk out of the store a couple hours later, and the grocery people just like, well, there he goes again. But he wasn't really good for the economy, but it was great for his campaign. He kept winning. The next one is just to be really nice to people. He loved working on both sides of the aisle. In fact, when we had this tribute in the Senate, it was all Republicans who showed up to say thank you to him. I don't know where the Democrats were, but it was all Republicans because he got along really well with them. And the fifth was just be a really great family man. He had 3 sons, and the one son stayed in Durango and took care of his mother and father until the very last minute. And he couldn't come to the memorial because he was still taking care of his mother. And really, really good people. He was a good father, good husband, great friend, great representative, and he is very, very missed in Durango. So be like Jim. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of Senate Joint Memorial 24004. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote? Okay, then. Please close the machine. Oh, Representative Amable, please vote. She's here. Representative Amable is fined a nickel. We're just starting out the day on the right foot here. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 7 excused, Senate Joint Memorial 24004 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Okay, members, we're going to stand in a brief recess for about 5 minutes until we launch into third reading. So with that, the House will stand in recess.
The House will come back to order. Members, I'll invite you to take your seats. Thank you very much. Our next order of business is third reading. Mr. Schiebel, please read. Oh, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1280 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1280 will be laid over until tomorrow, Friday, April 26th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 11. Oh, oops.
I don't know why 1108 is not in there.
House Bill 1108.
My calendar's wrong. There it goes. House Bill 1108 by Representatives McCluskey and Amabile, also Senator Roberts, concerning a study of the market for property and casualty insurance policies issued to certain entities in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1108 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1108 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. Oh. Representative Titone is now present. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 13 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1108 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1364.
House Bill 1364 by Representatives McCluskey and Bacon, also Senators Bridges and Lundin, concerning measures to support education-based workforce readiness and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1364 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1364 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Winter. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 11 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1364 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 10.
Senate Bill 10 by Senators Janal and Will, also Representatives Duran and Hartsook, concerning the adoption of the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 10 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 10 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 2 no, 3 excused, Senate Bill 10 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Garcia and Wilford, also Senators Cutter and Hawkes Lewis, concerning continuing education requirements for physicians.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1153 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, fellow colleagues. This bill came forth in committee. Didn't come from the physicians. Many physicians organizations spoke in strong opposition to the additional requirements that were brought forth by the bill sponsors. Now, I, as a legislator, like to support bills that come from the bottom up, from those industries and those individuals that are actually practicing in this space. Now, if anybody's worked in the medical world or has family members that have worked in the medical world, be them doctors, nurses, technicians, they already have significant continuing education requirements, and their practice and their scope of practice extends their duties beyond the normal. Kind of like the 120 days of session, especially towards the end of session when we are ridiculously still in committee 10 o'clock, midnight, 2 o'clock, because we have no measure or boundary of decency and control in scheduling.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
If you have concerns about the process or the amount of time you're spending in committee, please address those with me and not on the microphone. Thank you.
I'll do that in your office, ma'am,
Thank
at a
you.
later date. But with respect to this, we had many, many physicians and practitioners saying, we don't need more demands on our time. We have enough to do just to do what we do now. And the backdoor loss of people in the medical space is unbelievable. Nobody considers that as we try to mandate and put more demands on their time, their precious time, as they try to save lives and save people and help people every day, which we apparently maybe take for granted. As we put more demands, more continuing education requirements on them for whatever social construct or whatever thing we are trying to fabricate, so they have to have these additional considerations. Under the Hippocratic Oath, they already are doing that. They're trying to do their best with what they have and the resources they have. Oftentimes, we apparently in this chamber and through legislation very much like this bill, physician continuing education, because we need to put more demands on physicians apparently. House Bill 1153 brings more burden on their time. Now, many of my colleagues in the committee of reference heard these comments. And we listened to them and we understood that. Now, I do appreciate, there's a few things I do appreciate, and I will give the bill sponsors some partial credit. Partial credit gets you through a lot of things in life, particularly engineering school. They changed it from 40 to 30 hours. Thank you for the 10-hour reduction. But this still doesn't remove the entire burden. We did get some definitions put in place, and that's helpful. But the point I'm trying to make, ladies and gentlemen, and I can't support this, and I'll be voting no today, as I believe other of my colleagues will, as the fact that under social constructs and things outside of the medical practitioners and most of their associations and agencies that have their stakeholders' best interest in mind, this legislation has been put forth from on high with these demands. I don't think, and I have family members that are in healthcare, but between the hours they work and the call that they have to take, many of them are doing 50, 60 hours or more. And that's ongoing all the time. And then we don't have, here's another thing that bill sponsors need to consider. We have so many people leaving the healthcare industry that there's not enough people to do all the work in the healthcare industry. I've got a daughter that's pulling double shifts. As a shift supervisor, when people drop out and don't show up, she has to pull their shift. And it is burning her out. And she's a good nurse. She's a good emergency room nurse. But if you create conditions for more demands on these people, you actually are going to do something counterproductive to them in their profession. And many of them are going to say, you know what? No más. Yo no voy a hacerlo nada más. Ya basta. Lleno con esa mierda. Oops, some people, I take that back, that last word. I don't know if even people understood what I said. I hope not. But it's just too much. It's too much, and my plea to the sponsors and to everyone, it's too much. So when do we take the pressure off these people in the health space? This bill doesn't do it. Madam Speaker, I'm a no. And I think we should not force additional requirements on these practitioners for whatever reason at this time we want. And if we're going to do it, it should be incremental and a stair-step approach. And I'm talking a slow stair-step approach. Thank you for your attention and time. And I apologize for one of the words I said in Spanish that I shouldn't have said, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to withdraw it. But it doesn't change my sentiment towards it, because it's too much. And I have family members that are in this space that say it is too much. Thank you for your time.
Representative Wilford.
Okay.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to spend a minute with you all colleagues explaining what this bill actually does and clearing up some of the misconceptions and untruths that were just shared with you. So every board-certified physician already completes continuing medical education hours. And in working with them and with the Colorado Medical Society, that is how we arrived at the number of hours that this bill requires, ensuring that physicians who, again, are board-certified physicians who are already doing continuing medical education will be able to meet this threshold of 30 hours every 2 years to maintain licensure. Colorado is only one of 4 states in our nation that does not currently require continuing medical education for physicians. I don't know about you, but I find that statistic to be shocking. There are so many other professions in our state, and I would almost argue almost every profession in our state requires some level of continuing education. So I don't think that what we are doing is adding a burden onto individuals that is going to make them flee Colorado at all. This is specifically going to impact non-board certified physicians, which is roughly 15% of the physician population in Colorado. So that 15% today does not have to do any continuing medical education. And I'm sure that many of these folks do, but we should be ensuring that when a patient goes in to see their physician, that their physician has the latest and the best understanding of medicine today, not medicine from the 1970s. So this is a good bill that is going to lead to increased patient safety, lead to better health outcomes for our communities, and I would ask you for your yes vote in moving Colorado off of that list of 4 states that do not require continuing medical education. This is a common sense bill. Please vote yes.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to address one point. This bill is not a top-down bill. This bill came directly from individual members in my district. This is a constituent-led bill. The people who we claim that we represent. I heard multiple stories. One of where a doctor confused a cervix for a tumor. Another doctor that heard the story of a grape-sized fruit menstrual hemorrhage and said that was normal. That's why we're bringing this bill, because we want to make sure that the doctors, the only ones in the medical field that do not have a requirement for continuing medical education, do have to continue learning. Why would we not want that? Why would we not think that the people we entrust our lives with should continue learning? We expect that of our teachers, we expect that of our nurses, we expect that of our lawyers, we expect that of our physical therapists. We expect it across the board, and we have to make sure that the doctors also have to keep learning to provide us with the best care. I hope that you vote yes, because you believe that every single one of the people that you are here to represent deserves the best care. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf, this is your second time to speak. You have 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try not to use it all. If medical practitioners are making medical mistakes, and there is a reason why they call it practicing medicine, and they do make mistakes, there is this thing called medical malpractice, and there are legal remedies that are available that provides guardrails for, in many cases. And of course, they have to take out medical malpractice insurance to cover that in many cases. Although in some areas we remove the requirement for insurance, that's a different bill at a different time. But with respect to this, there are so many stakeholders that are in an amend position. Why would there be so many? I don't have time to name them all, but because the bill's not right. Okay? Pediatric, American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm going to just go over all the amends. American College of Emergency Physicians, Centura Health, Colorado Children's Hospital, College of Emergency Physicians, Colorado Medical Society, Orthopedic Society, Colorado Society of Anesthesiologists, Denver Health. Oh, there's a big one. Health One, United Health, Colorado Academy of Physicians of Health. And I could go on. That's about a third of them. I could go on. So why isn't the bill right? Was more stakeholdering required? Does it meet the needs of the industry and these physicians?
Members, we are on third reading. I'll ask you.
It's not right. The bill's not right. So I would argue to the bill sponsors, make it right so you get these things to go to a support position. And yeah, there's mistakes in medicine. That doesn't require this. The sins of the few do not require action or punishment of the many. You say, well, continuing education is not punishment. Well, when you're already burdened, greatly burdened in your profession, then this can become a burden. Not that people don't need education, but time is the commodity. Time is a precious commodity. Look at it here in this chamber in 120 days as we compress
Representative
the clock.
Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Madam Speaker, I won't take that 1 minute. Thank you for your leadership. I'm a strong no, and there's a lot of reasons why, and there's about 60 medical associations or more listed here that are not in a support position. That should be a red flag for all of you in this chamber and to the bill sponsors. Do more stakeholder work. If you don't have support from everybody in the space, or at least 60, 70, 80%, you aren't in the right place on your bill. Fix it. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill was going to die. They delayed it, went back, said they were going to stakeholder it, and the good representative from Akron just told you that they stakeholdered it so much that none of those associations got on board with this bill.
Representative Bradley, this is not a moment to take on what the bill sponsors did or did not do. Please speak to the content of the policy.
Perfect. We didn't stakeholder enough because those associations decided not to get on. When we talk about stakeholdering, it is bringing everyone to the table, not just the people that are going to be with you. The reason we are against this bill, because we're not against medical professionals, even though one of the sponsors voted against Physical Therapy Practice Act. The board initiated a stakeholder process to consider requiring for general practice and for all specialties specific CME credit hours relating to health disparities and outcomes data, reproductive, sexual, and gender-based health care. We should not be requiring our medical practice physicians certain CME requirements. That is not what any professional licensing company does. PTs aren't responsible for orthopedic, neurological. We practice in what we practice in, the field we practice in. DORA doesn't come in and say, physical therapy has to specialize in X, Y, and Z. They tell me to specialize in the practice that I am performing. There's no reason for me to get CME requirements in neurology. I don't treat neurological patients. I treat orthopedic patients. So there's no reason to dictate on me my CME requirements. The more we dictate on doctors, the more they're going to leave the state, and we're going to be in a healthcare crisis like we are in now. I urge a no vote on this bill, not because I don't respect physicians. I respect them enough to know that they know what requirements they should be taken. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The statement that doctors don't get continuing education is inaccurate. Just because the state doesn't have a specified laying out everything that you need to do in the medical field doesn't mean that the associations and all the requirements to retain your board certification exists. The medical professionals go through required CEs every single year based upon what is target specific for their specialty. Those are simple facts. That's nationwide. You're board certified, you have to go through it. And just because, as it was stated earlier, somebody messes up out there, doesn't mean you punish everyone else and require them to do additional things. Because guess what that does? If they're out there taking the education, that takes them away from time treating patients. And if our whole goal, at least our stated goal in this chamber, is to help the patients and get more doctors out there, why are we putting on more requirements for more education on top of what they're doing? In general, punish the people that do bad things and leave everyone else that's doing good things alone. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia, this is your second time. You have 8 minutes and 28 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't take that long. I want to just share one. There is nothing in this bill that is requiring any certain types of CMEs. We've given that sole discretion to the medical board. When we actually did stakeholder quite significantly with the entire medical lobby, we got to a place where they all remained neutral. This is why we're in this place today. I want to reiterate that if you are board certified, yes, you are correct. You are already having to accomplish your CMEs for your board certification. This bill is in particular for the 15% of doctors in Colorado that are not board certified. 15%. That's what this is about. We have an explicit piece in the bill that says if you are board certified, your hours count towards this. This is not putting any undue burden. Continuing your education to serve the community at your best is not an undue burden. During testimony, every single doctor that went down there said, I am not against CMEs. We are not against CMEs. Just don't tell us what those CMEs should cover. And we listened, and we heard it, and we struck that. And that is it. I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1153 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1153 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1024.
House Bill 1024 by Representative Story and Velasco, also Senator Cutter, concerning the continuation of public outreach campaigns relating to wildfire risk mitigation in the wildland-urban interface and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1024 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1024 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Catlin. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 13 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1024 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1095.
House Bill 1095 by Representatives Leader and Amable, also Senator Sullivan, concerning protection for minor workers in the Colorado Youth Employment Opportunity Act of 1971 and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1095 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1095 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 16 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1095 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1059.
House Bill 1059 by Representatives English and Ricks, also Senator Hansen and Winter F., concerning compensation for state elected officials and in connection therewith creating the Independent State Elected Official Pay Commission and modifying the amount of per diem allowed to members of the General Assembly for expenses incurred during sessions of the General Assembly.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1059 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't take up too much time as you've heard me in length on this bill yesterday. I just want to reiterate again why I'm a no today on third readings and why I would urge everybody to be a no. It was a good amendment brought forward, in my opinion, that would have brought this subject matter to the voters. I think that's the wisest thing we can do. I don't think we're even good on voting on this. I think there's a conflict of interest, in my opinion. And with all the busy work, between all the bills we're trying to get through for the rest of the day, I didn't seek out legal advice on this one. Again, this is not for us to decide in this room on our salary. This is for the people we represent to decide how much we should be getting paid, or if we should be even getting paid more. The City of Loveland does not agree with this. I know that if it was brought before my citizens, they would all be screaming at me, telling me no. My job today is to make sure that they're heard, and HD 51 is against this, and I'm sure as they would understand, under 21C, I will have to recuse myself from this vote.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think he's covered most of it on there. I really believe that, this commission's work, once it's done, and it may be work that needs to be done, but I think it's pretty brazen of us in this body to then create a pay raise for ourselves without asking the voters. So I would like to finish with hopefully the Senate will actually go about putting an amendment on here. I think we really need to get voter input. That covers everybody's bases. But for today, this is a bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
We put an amendment, one of my colleagues put an amendment, and one of my colleagues just spoke of this, an amendment having to do with putting this on a ballot item for the voters. I understand that there is an independent commission that's doing this, but many of the municipalities, including mine, have an ordinance that says that this needs to go to the voters. And I agree with that. It takes every single one of us out of a conflict of interest. And we ought to be very concerned about that. I think we take the lead from our municipalities that have, in fact, put these ordinances in place and do the same thing at a state level and put this up to a ballot. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, most of you know that I have my history is one of public service at a local government level, which was an entirely different compensation structure. But I always took great pride in making sure that my employees were compensated according to their duties, their skill. And there's a lot that goes into it. Compensation structures are very complicated. And it was something that I had the opportunity to work on a great deal when I served in local government. But here's the thing. Whether I was making a lot of money or a little bit of money,
This is about public service. That's why we are here. Nobody, when you're a kid, thinks to themselves, gee, I want to be an assessor when I grow up. As it turns out, it's pretty much nobody does. But public service is a calling. And some would say it's a duty. I was kind of taught that whether you are a Girl Scout leader or a board member for your local PTA, whatever you're called to do, you should not expect to be compensated for volunteer work. I don't think that our founding fathers thought that we should be, that legislators should be sitting in office for years and years and years and becoming career politicians. I don't think that that's what they foresaw. They were citizens above all. And that's what we should be. You know, I ran several amendments that I was very serious about. The makeup of this particular commission is not related, for the most part, to true compensation analysis. They're not. Nor are there people on this commission who actually understand what legislators do. They haven't walked the walk. I'm very much opposed to this bill. And further, with just 14 days left here under this golden dome, we are contemplating legislation that I would argue has no place in the relevance of our conversations at this point in time. I ask for a no vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to belabor the point. My good colleague from Grand Junction said yesterday, even looking at this bill and what it's about, even the commission part, I understand what you're trying to do with that. But I think by putting that amendment on, no matter what the commission's recommendations were, that at the end of the day, the people could decide. I think that's very important in the process that we do here. We talk about it all the time, about the people deciding. So I will be a no vote on the bill today. If we would have put the amendment on, I think I could have been a place to actually really think about it. You know, the commission would give its recommendations, and at the end of the day, the people would vote based upon what they think. Like I said, the taxpayers hold the purse strings. We're responsible, or we should be responsible, and we should listen to the taxpayers. So without the amendment, for sure, I have to be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really did work hard and appreciate those who gave me information to help inform my decision to, I concede that I had a goal. I was hoping I could talk myself into a yes on this bill because I so completely align with the goals and the mission of the folks who've worked on it, both elected legislators and otherwise. Unfortunately, I couldn't get there, and I just want to briefly recap why. I do not believe at all that we could, but I don't believe we need to send this issue to the voters. I think that, you know, in an effort to have some philosophical or intellectual consistency, legislators could certainly, you know, not just recuse themselves or not, I don't think that's necessary, but could certainly decline their per diem if they don't think it's appropriate for us to set those rates. In explaining why I can't support this bill, I want to note that I agree. I went to Mr. Jefferson's University, so part of that process is learning a whole lot about the Founding Fathers. I agree with the assessment that those men would not have envisioned career politicians and that those men would not have envisioned being well compensated for these posts, but those men also could not have envisioned, and we don't have to guess, we can tell from their writings, that unmarried, liberated women who don't own property would be here voting in this body anyway, so we take that with a grain of salt. In knowing that I can't vote yes and that I have to vote no, I want to just speak briefly to the conflict of interest argument. I don't see that as carrying a lot of weight here because we set our own rules in many ways. We set rules for open meetings. When I say we, I mean we set the rules that we as legislators are required to follow for open meetings, for records, for around workplace harassment. There's lots of areas where we are directly the ones impacted by the legislation and the rules, and we understand that we can legislate with transparency and candor. And it's because of my commitment to the values of transparency that I can't support this proposal. The most compelling argument that I heard in favor of this bill was one actually advanced by quite a few of our aides who have expressed that this bill could operate as a new ceiling. And they've expressed, and I know that it's true, that some legislators are very uncomfortable with the idea of staff or aides making more than us. I present that without any value judgment. I don't share that assessment, but I understand it to be one that some folks hold. And so the most compelling argument in support of this bill is the one I've heard by aides who have said, we're never going to get paid appropriately or a living or thriving wage. We're never going to be able to afford to live in Denver, where most of them need to be, unless legislators are. I agree with that, but I want to mention a part of the bill that hasn't really been discussed, which is that first section related to our per diem and the rates that were set. That really is where, in addition to the commission itself, the core of my objection lies. I could not afford to do this job if this were my only job. I happen to have another job, a full-time job, with an incredibly brilliant, kind, responsive boss who is very flexible and understands that I need an autoresponder from January to May. Everyone doesn't have that luxury. But I note that because it's just inaccurate to reflect that what we're earning in our legislative pay is that $43,977 unless none of us take per diem, right? So the way in which this bill adjusts that, I think, is contrary to the goals of transparency because it does so outside of the rubric of reflecting what we are actually paid. I do not think we need a commission to set this. I think that I think it is okay to tell community that we need, it's not a raise, it's the ability to live in the city where we need to work or even live in the city part-time. That's an okay thing to tell voters. They'll understand that. And I think that it's a hard sell to expect workers around the state to believe that we're going to labor for their ability to be paid appropriately if we don't see that as a necessity for our colleagues. So I really, really appreciate what the goal of this is. I'm in general averse to sort of copy-paste legislate type bills, whether they're from the right, left, or otherwise, that are rolled out nationwide. We don't need a commission. We do need to pay ourselves appropriately. I think we should be the public servants who just address that directly and don't turf it to a commission whose outcome is pretty predetermined. With appreciation and respect, I'll be a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are elements of this bill in light of the inflationary forces that everyone's feeling, including people that work in the legislature, that do take that into consideration. And I understand that as I study the bill. But the one thing that's a concern, I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker, is the optics at this time, just this time. Now, there are provisions for the commission to look at and make recommendations. But the optics right now, I think today, with respect to the conversation and the perception that may come from the conversation, I wish it was a different time when the economy wasn't in the kind of the situation it is with these hyperinflation forces, and then just regular families that are struggling. And you all know what I'm talking about. You go to the grocery store and You go buy a little bag of groceries and you just spend $120 and you shake your head and say, what? I don't have anything in this bag. Where's all the food? Now, me being a cattleman, remember back in the day, there's a Wendy's commercial that said, where's the beef? Well, there's not a lot of beef in the bag now when you leave the grocery store because everything's so expensive. So it's just a matter of optics, and I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I asked questions about why we're abandoning the current system. So the current system is such that our salaries and the salaries of other state officials, such as the governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, secretary of state, and treasurer, are all tied to other government official salaries. And we all receive a portion of those other salaries. Why is that insufficient? And I have yet to receive an answer as to why that is not an appropriate way to continue forward. I recognize that for some, our current salary here is insufficient to live for the duration of the year. But it was never intended to be that. We are a citizen legislature, and we were intended to be compensated for the time that we are responsible to be here, which is that 120 days. If we multiplied our salary by 3, right, because that would be the rest of the year, those other 8 months, we would be in the a very high bracket, income bracket. One of my largest communities, the average income, according to the U.S. Census data right now, 2022, they make less than $30,000 a year for the whole year, for a whole year's work at whatever number of jobs they have to in order to make that income. I can't in good conscience, especially without understanding why we're breaking ties with the current system, the system that keeps us connected to all of these other government officials to keep us on par with what other people doing this work year-round are getting paid, without the answer to that question. I recognize that a man is entitled to his wages. We should be paid for the work that we do. But this was never intended to be the full-time job. This was not supposed to be a professional legislature. And I believe that this commission will push us in that direction. I also believe that it will push us in that direction ideologically in the sense that it will encourage future legislatures to say, we're getting paid as a professional legislature, why don't we work all year round like they do in DC? And for my constituents who don't want more bills passed, that would be a horrible thought. So I am a no vote.
Representative Ricks.
Members, we're asking for your support on this bill. 20 states have implemented compensation commissions for legislators and state elected officials. Modern legislatures understand that independent commissions of professionals with specific and relevant expertise to set salaries for the state elected officials is an effective way to remove any conflict of interest from the process of setting levels of compensation, benefits, or expense allowances. Transparent citizen-led efforts can ensure that research data and facts are central to setting a reasonable salary. Recent polling in January here in Colorado, from January 4th through 7th, showed that 79% of Coloradans support the creation of an independent commission to set salaries for state elected officials. Analysis of this data shows that voters of all political affiliations and across different areas of the state are overwhelmingly in favor of this process. Thank you for paying close attention. Vote yes for this bill. Whatever the research comes back with, we still have the vote on it, and we will still have the final say. So we thank you for voting yes.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is a good bill. It's a smart bill, and it's a fair bill. We worked hard on this bill, and in the name of transparency, this is why there's an independent commission being charged to do this work. It was already stated yesterday that this is our job according to statute. So when the recommendations of this commission come back, we are then taxed and charged again to do our job, to vote on the recommendations that will be provided to us from this independent commission. Now, the issue at hand is not whether we work 120 days or not, because clearly that's also stated in the Constitution. However, we all know that in this body, the work never ends when you take that oath to become a legislator. As a matter of fact, the work evolves after those 120 days come to an end. So again, I will ask my colleagues for a yes vote, because this is the right thing to do, especially when it comes to providing a livable wage for the work that we do, since we are not volunteers. Yes, this may be a citizen-led legislature, but it's not a volunteer legislator. And again, this is the right thing to do. So colleagues, I ask you for your yes vote, and thank you in advance.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1059 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. At the sponsor's request, Representative Weinberg will be excused for 21C. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 22 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1059 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1217.
House Bill 1217 by Representatives Amabile and Ricks, also Senator Mullica, concerning the dissemination of patient health care information and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1217 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1217 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Bradfield, Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 15 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1217 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 18.
Senate Bill 18 by Senators Simpson and Michelson Janae, also Representatives Amabile and Winter T, concerning the enactment of the Physician Assistant Licensure Compact and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 18 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 18 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
I haven't seen it.
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 2 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 18 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1433.
House Bill 1433 by Representative Clifford, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning removing the governor's approval requirement in early parole decisions for participants in a specialized program for offenders who committed an offense when under 21 years of age.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1433 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1433 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes.
Great. That'll be best. Might take me a couple.
Catlin Martinez Sirota. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1433 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 188.
Senate Bill 188 by Senators Enzinger and Buckner, also Representatives Byrd and McLaughlin, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 188 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 188 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 188 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1431.
House Bill 1431 by Representatives Lukens and Armagost, also Senators Winter F. and Michelson Janae, concerning the creation of a program to provide stable housing assistance for survivors of abuse and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1431 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1431 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Brown. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 8 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1431 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1370.
House Bill 1370 by Representatives Kipp and Wilford concerning measures to reduce the cost of use of natural gas infrastructure.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1370 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Heard this bill in committee, lots of conversations about it, and I think two parts of the bill that I wanted to highlight. On page 3 of the bill, it talks about an alternative energy service, means a low or zero carbon residential, commercial, or industrial energy service that's able to meet the customer's end needs and does not combust methane, propane, or petroleum-derived gas on site in doing so. So when this bill talks about reducing the cost of the use of natural gas, and I know the title was amended to reduce the cost of the use of natural gas infrastructure, what it's talking about is reducing the use of natural gas. Page 5. This bill, one of the considerations that goes into it is it has to geographically target decommissioning a portion of the gas distribution system or avoid expanding the gas distribution system. So, to be very clear, this bill creates a program by which local governments can study how to transition completely off of natural gas to either decommission their sector of the natural gas line or, at the very least, avoid expanding that part of the natural gas line. Now, in committee, we had lots of conversations about how does this impact consumers, because at the end of the day, data shows, federal data shows, that natural gas is still one of the most cost-effective energy sources that's available to consumers. And that if consumers are going to be part of a study that was allowed by this bill and then their local government opted into it, consumers need to be, they need to have informed consent about this. They need to be aware of what the study is doing and how that might ultimately impact the cost of energy, the energy that they use to heat their house, cook their food, do everything else that it is that they do. So, in the bill, page 13, it talks about how that local government can identify these neighborhoods or these zones to study for the transition away from natural gas. And it says that a reasonable majority of the customers support the project. So it's up to the local government to identify that a reasonable majority of the local customers support this project. The local government shall determine what constitutes a reasonable majority, and then they have to submit a sworn affidavit or testimony from an official employee of the local government as part of the application to be part of this study. Kids got me sick. I'm almost better, but not quite. I promise not to breathe on anyone too much today. So, the concerns that came up in committee was what guardrails are in place to ensure that a reasonable majority, as certified via an affidavit by an entity of that local government, what guardrails are in place to protect the impact to the minority, and how do we ensure that that minority has their voice heard? We ran amendments that said that if this is going to happen, that this should be something that's referred to a vote of the people, a vote of the local community, to ensure that there is, in fact, a majority of local customers that are okay with opting into it. That amendment got shot down. And so that's the first reason that I have concerns about this, is because I want to make sure that customers, particularly lower income customers who could be heavily impacted by a complete transition away from natural gas, have informed consent and are aware that the groundwork for that is being laid by this legislation and by the studies that this proposes. It's important for a couple of other reasons. Because when this piece of legislation talks about transitioning away from natural gas, well, quite often that doesn't actually mean that the energy consumption that local households need is being reduced. All it means is that we've got to find different energy sources for that, for those uses. And so that was the second piece that we had a lot of conversations in committee on this bill about if natural gas is no longer used, or the study is looking for how to transition away from natural gas, as it says in the bill, decommission that part of the natural gas distribution network. What's going to step up to take that place? Had conversations with a few different local electric utilities, and they said, well, quite honestly, it's going to be electricity. There's more modern appliances. You have heat pumps, things like that, that maybe use less electricity. But there is a major cost that is associated with retrofitting older homes. If you've got to rip out the old furnace, the old gas-powered furnace, you've got to rip out the old HVAC system, and you've got to replace it with this new modern equipment that, yes, is a little bit more energy efficient. But that is a cost to consumers. And so consumers need to have that informed consent. They need to have all of the data points in front of them when their local government is deciding whether or not to opt into or out of a study to figure out how to decommission or avoid expanding parts of the natural gas infrastructure. The local utilities also have to be part of that conversation, because those local utilities are the ones that are going to be providing the additional electricity that is going to be needed for those homes that currently are heated and do their cooking with natural gas. In conversations with some of the local electric utilities, they said they're anticipating a double to a triple increase in the amount of electricity that is required to make up the difference, even if all of these homes are retrofitted, but to make up the difference for the loss of natural gas being that critical part, that part of their portfolio for heating and cooling. We asked the question, how much would it cost to retrofit a home? How much would it cost somebody who's in one of these study areas that's being studied for the decommissioning of a natural gas line, and then that natural gas line, in fact, because of the groundwork laid by this bill, in a few years does end up being decommissioned? What does it cost the consumer to be able to retrofit a home? And the answer that we got was anywhere from about $5,000 to $20,000 per home, obviously depending on what the current state of the technology and the appliances in the home was. We asked the electric utilities, what would it cost to expand their transmission capability to the property line? Obviously from the property line in to the panel, whether a home has 100 amp service, needs to be upgraded to 150 or 200 amps, that's on the homeowner. That's part of that 5 to 20, and that's a median number. It can be higher than that. What does it cost the electric utility to be able to expand their transmission to the property line? And depending on how big some of these study areas get and how big this transition is and what the blending of energy resources is allowed to be, whether some natural gas is allowed to continue or whether, as it says in the bill, wholesale portions of the natural gas network are being decommissioned. From just one electric utility here in the Denver metro area, they gave a price estimate of over $1 billion to upgrade their transmission if they were allowed to continue using a portfolio option in which some natural gas was allowed to be provided. And if they had to upgrade their transmission to an electric-only system, it would be $5 to $6 billion just for one electric utility here in the metro area to be able to expand their transmission capability to make up for the shortfall if large portions of the natural gas distribution network are decommissioned as it states in this bill. So I was against this bill in committee. I'm still against this bill right now. I think there needs to be more thought and consideration given to the communities that are being selected for study to ensure that they have all of the data in front of them and that the rights of those minorities are respected as this, the energy transition that is promulgated by this bill is pushed forward. So I will be a no. I will be a no because of the impact that it will have on consumers, the impact that it will have on energy, the impact that it will have on the availability of choices for consumers to select the energy that works best for them. I'm a no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1370 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. English, Hill, Representative English, that'll be a $10 fine. Representative Hill, that'll be a $15 fine. Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1370 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Representative Bradley. Question from our staff.
Can you click your button? I accidentally hit your name. No, I did it. It's not coming off. We'll take it off. That was my fault. We'll take it off. That was my fault.
Please close the machine. Members, just so you can hear, staff accidentally touched the keyboard. We will correct the mistake that occurred for the official record. Thank you, Representative Bradley, for your grace. Representative Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1382.
House Bill 1382 by Representatives Amabile and Brown, also Senator Mullica, concerning requiring health care coverage for pediatric acute onset neuropsychiatric syndrome.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1382 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1382 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Holtorf, Marvin, Lindstedt, McCormick, Wilford. Oh, me.
Thank you.
Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1382 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, members, we are on third reading. I will ask you all to keep your conversations to a minimum. That includes our friends at the press table. Yeah, I think a fine is in order. Take up a collection amongst yourselves. All right. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1320.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Lukens and Velasco, also Senators Marchman and Mullica, concerning creating a task force to study school staff safety issues.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1320 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1320 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Hartsook and Winter. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 15 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1320 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1432.
House Bill 1432 by Representatives Clifford and Soper, also Senator Michelson Janae, concerning eliminating the requirement for a defendant to pay the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for costs related to sealing criminal justice records in the Bureau's custody and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1432 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1432 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, and 3 excused. House Bill 1432 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
You're welcome.
Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1283.
House Bill 1283 by Representatives Wilford and Marvin, also Senator Mullica, concerning a requirement that the Secretary of State review a campaign finance complaint that arises out of a municipal campaign finance matter under certain circumstances.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1283 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1283 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes.
Okay.
Bradley Clifford Epps. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 11 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1283 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1451.
House Bill 1451 by Representatives Harrod and Ricks, also Senators Buckner and Coleman, concerning protections against discrimination based on hair length that is associated with one's race.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1451 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1451 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. AML Bacon. Doherty Puglisi Winter. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 14 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1451 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1371.
House Bill 1371 by Representatives Hartsook and Lukens, also Senators Fields and Gardner, concerning regulation of massage facilities by local governments in accordance with statewide requirements and in connection therewith, requiring a local government to designate a licensing authority for massage facilities and requiring criminal background checks for massage facility operators, owners, and employees.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1371 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1371 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Catlin Wilson. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 2 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1371 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1326.
House Bill 1326 by Representatives Ricks and Brown, also Senators Smallwood and Zenzinger, concerning continuation under the sunset law of the licensing of certain games of chance, including bingo, and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations of the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1326 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1326 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. ML Duran and Froelich. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1326 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits of committee, recommends the following. House Bills 1001 as amended, 1036 as amended, 1043 as amended, 1052 as amended, 1116 as amended, 1135 as amended, 1157 as amended, 1249 as amended, 1268, 1295 as amended, 1307 as amended, 1314 as amended, 1355 as amended, 1358 as amended, 1360 as amended, 1365 as amended, 1373 as amended, 1442, 1446 as amended, 1449, 1458 as amended, 1462. Senate Bills 42, 104, 179 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. And Senate Bills 1022 as amended, 1045 as amended be referred to the Committee on Legislative Counsel with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Shebel. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be made special orders on Thursday, April 24th, 2024, at 11:08 a.m. House Bill 1449, Senate Bill 1, Senate Bill 164, House Bill 1461, House Bill 1455, House Bill 1307, House Bill 1365, House Bill 1446, House Bill 1052, House Bill 1116, House Bill 1157, House Bill 1268, House Bill 1295, Senate Bill 194, House Bill 1314, House Bill 1453, House Bill 1355, House Bill 1358, and House Bill 1043.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Thursday, April 24th at 11:08 a.m. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objections, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1449.
House Bill 1449 by Representatives Joseph and Lindsay, also Senators Cutter and Priola, concerning measures to improve sustainability services through the Department of Public Health and Environment and in connection therewith, updating the Pollution Prevention Act of 1992.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1449 and the Energy and Environment Committee report and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report. Representative Joseph.
Thank you. In the Finance Committee, we made 2 amendments. One of them was to add that government, in the government section of the board, that at least one of the 3 members live in or represent a community outside of the Front Range. And that amendment was from CC4CA. And also we added 1 additional amendment for Green Latino because they wanted us to have at least 1 member of the board to be from a disproportionately impacted community. And we ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. Committee report is passed. To the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the E&E Committee, what we did was just some technical amendments. We added House Bill 1449 to in the bill where that language was missing, and also we added some language to make sure that any money that was left in the prior grant program is transferred into the new enterprise that is being created under this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and we ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the E&E Committee report, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 1449 creates a streamlined, efficient process for communities, local governments, nonprofits, and businesses across Colorado to access state funding that supports large and long-term recycling and waste diversion projects. This bill updates state law to shift the focus from simply diverting waste to advancing a circular economy where less waste is produced and products are designed for reuse, recycling, or composting. The bill also ensures continued access to resources for businesses that wish to make their operations more sustainable. And I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1449? Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a yes vote. Great bill, vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1449. All those in favor, please say aye. All those in favor, please say aye. Thank you. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1449 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 1 down after Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 1 will be moved down and laid over past Senate Bill 164.
Correct.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Buckner and Lindy, and also Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi, concerning transparency requirements for institutions of higher education.
The committee will go into brief recess. Sorry. The committee will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title again to Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Buckner and Lundy, and also Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi, concerning transparency requirements for institutions of higher education.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to lay over Senate Bill 164 to the end of the special orders calendar.
Madam Majority Leader, would you like us also to lay over Senate Bill 1? No? Okay. We're ready for Senate Bill 1? Okay.
Yes, we are.
Mr.
Thank you.
Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Cutter, also Representatives Brown and Rutanel, concerning continuation of the Youth Mental Health Services Program and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Brown.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 1, the Health and Human Services report and the appropriations report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we actually reduced the appropriation by $1 million. Fiscal times are a little tight, and so the program will work within its means. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Health and Human Services Committee, we added a very technical amendment. We changed some numbering in the bill. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, we're here to hear about Senate Bill 1, Continue Youth Mental Health Services. This legislation continues and makes permanent the highly successful iMatter program. The iMatter program was created through the passage of bipartisan legislation in 2021 as a response to the high levels of stress and anxiety our kids were under during the pandemic. The program provides up to 6 free therapy sessions per year for school-aged youth up to 18 and up to 21 years of age if they're receiving special education services. Since the program's inception, over 11,000 youth have received free therapy sessions through the program, and students in 62 of 64 counties have been served. So this bill, it's time to make this program, it's time to extend the life of this program. In a survey conducted about the program by Healthier Colorado, 91% of Colorado parents agree that we should make no-cost mental health services available to youth who are struggling. And with that, I will ask for an aye vote.
Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006 to SB 001 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Okay, L6 is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, after some discussion with stakeholders, we thought it would be appropriate to include a sunset so that we review this legislation in about 10 years. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L6? You sure? Representative Holtor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. I think in conversations, we know that many of these programs need legislative review. We've always been in support of allowing legislators, whether some of us are still in this chamber in future time or new legislators that come to the chamber, have an opportunity to review programs, analyze programs, check the appropriation and funding, whether the program should be expanded or whether the program should be continued, or oftentimes on very few occasions, hardly ever, a program should be terminated. So I'm in big support of this amendment. I think it's a good amendment, and it's a responsible thing to do. So thank you to the bill sponsor for offering this amendment.
Thank you.
And I'm a yes in support of this.
Is there any further discussion on L6? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. L6 is passed. To the bill. Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really excited about this bill, and I think I've got a personal connection to what we're proposing here. It's this sort of bill I wish was around much long ago, and I wish it was around across the country. Growing up, I had this best friend that I'll refer to as Johnny for the sake of this story. And Johnny lived a few houses down from mine. We had the same classes. We were attached at the hip. We hung out all the time. We did everything together. At some point during high school, Johnny changed, and he had mental health issues beginning at that time. We were in all the same classes. We had the same path. Unfortunately, Johnny, because he didn't have the mental health resources that he needed, changed. And unfortunately, 2 years ago, Johnny died of an overdose. Unclear if that overdose was intentional or not. But that's why this bill is so important, to help us with mental health and drug-related issues. I urge and I vote for people like Johnny and for people across Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 1, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 1 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1461.
House Bill 1461 by Representatives Martinez and Puglisi, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning an exemption from the limit on earned time for earned time awarded to nonviolent offenders who complete an accredited higher education program.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you today. No, I'm kidding. Love you.
For today,
It's an honor to serve with you, my friend.
Well, I move House Bill 1461.
To the bill.
So members, this is, if you remember last year, we had a House Bill 1037 that granted earned time for nonviolent felony offenses from anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, depending on the credential or the degree that they earned. Over the summer stakeholding process, we realized there was a technical change that needed to be made in this bill. And so this, while the program has been active, it has not been fully implemented. This bill will fully implement the program, so we think it's a good bill, and we hope for an aye vote.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank my wonderful co-prime for working through this. This is a technical change needed for implementation. We want DOC to implement our bill from last year. It's a very simple one-page amendment or one-page bill, and we would ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? House Bill 1461. Thank you both so much. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1461. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. 1461 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1455 until the end of the calendar.
House Bill 1455 will be laid over until the end of the calendar. Mr. Schiebel. Hold on. Okay. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1307.
House Bill 1307 by Representatives Leader and Hamrick, also Senator Marchman, concerning HVAC infrastructure improvement projects in schools.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1307 and the committee reports, the appropriation and the education report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Leader.
Gotta be in order here. So all the appropriation report did was the amendment just covered, amending appropriations report. What that did is the L006 allows school districts to apply to receive state matching funds for federal dollars with the Infrastructure Investment Act and the Jobs Act's cash fund, and directs the Office of the Governor to provide support with existing resources to school districts who wish to apply for matching funds. And the Legislative Council and JBC staff agree that if adopted, so the L006 was adopted. That's the report.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. Okay, Appropriations Committee report. Representative, nope, we have not passed it yet. There's further discussion. If you would make some room, Representative Wilson.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to the bill sponsor. L006 was passed. When was that?
Representative Leader.
This morning.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Education Committee report, Representative Leader.
So in education, L002, that amendment covered 3 changes. One is a technical change that does not change the execution of the bill.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Education Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Leader.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my co-prime, Rep. Hamrick, for her expertise in education, a 30-plus year educator. Colorado school infrastructure is aging, and the average age is about 40 years old. The condition of Colorado schools is causing exposure to mold, toxins such as lead, asbestos, PCBs, poor air quality, extreme temperatures that we have all heard about in the local news, inadequate lighting, and excessive noise. Exposure to these toxins is known to decrease students' performance and staff retention. The funding gap for infrastructure upgrades and repairs at Colorado schools is about $14 billion. So schools in rural areas and disadvantaged communities are disproportionately impacted by the lack of funds to make infrastructure upgrades.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In summary, House Bill 24-1307 represents a pivotal step towards modernizing our public schools, enhancing health and safety, and ensuring equitable access to high-quality education environments. By addressing critical HVAC improvements and leveraging federal funds, this bill aims to bridge the infrastructure gap, especially in rural and underserved communities. The proposed amendments further refine the bill, ensuring clarity, flexibility, and transparency in its implementation. I urge this House floor to recognize the profound impact of House Bill 24-1307 that will have on our students and educators by voting aye. We commit to a future where every child can thrive in a safe and supportive learning environment. Let's make a decisive move for the betterment of our schools and our future. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1307? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Didn't get to hear this bill in committee, but I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my rural school districts. I appreciate the consideration given to them. Unfortunately, there's a lot of concerns that I have with this bill, and not just myself. Again, a lot of these concerns come from my rural school districts who are unfortunately in an opposed position to this bill. So what this bill does, as you heard the sponsors talk about, is it sets some higher standards, some very technical standards for the folks that are working on the ventilation, the air conditioning, those systems in the school. So you can see on page 6, it talks about a lot of these technical certifications that you need. Certified contractor list created by the Department of Labor and Employment, and then you get a citation there to the relevant piece of state law. You got a certified tab technician, which means, and then you got the whole criteria laid out there. You've got HVAC, then you got all of the bottom of page 6, all of the different technical standards that are listed. Page 7, we're talking about MERV filters. You know that I'm not here just killing time, because we could go for 30 minutes just on MERV filters alone. Because as you guys know, I have a kid with asthma, so I'm very up to speed on that. So you're welcome for the 30 minutes back that you all have that I'm not going to talk about MERV filters. We have all of this technical and highly skilled requirements for the folks that are going to be working on the schools' HVAC systems. The issue arises in a lot of these rural areas. They may not have access to people with those certifications. They may not have access to somebody that meets all of the requirements in this bill. And so if they don't have access to somebody as part of their workforce, then all of the requirements in this bill then become rather than something helping, they become a hurdle to overcome if that school in their rural area cannot find somebody that meets all of these new higher certifications and requirements. That individual, this new highly certified person, because again, we're dramatically increasing the amount of training and education and certifications that the people that are working on these HVACs have to have. Now, not only do they have to go and they have to do this general work on the HVAC systems in the school, but there's a lot of special and specific points that they are required to oversee and implement. They are required by this bill to oversee the general maintenance of the HVAC, which is fine. We all know that school HVAC systems need to be maintained. Why is this going in state law? Why are we prescribing with the weight of state statute that qualified personnel have to verify the coil condition, condensate drainage, cooling coil air temperature differential, heat exchanger air temperature differential, and drive assembly condition? This seems like something that should be mandated at the very highest level, the school board level, but this is general maintenance that schools ought to be able to take care of themselves. First concern with this piece of legislation is very specific and very prescriptive at the state law level for how this maintenance is supposed to be conducted. Not only that, bottom of page 12, it talks about carbon dioxide monitoring. And it requires that carbon dioxide monitors, it was originally written that they have to be posted in all classrooms. There was an amendment adopted that now changes it to occupied areas as applicable. But for many of these smaller rural schools, this is a potentially unfunded mandate to require the addition of all of these new carbon dioxide, not carbon monoxide. Total difference there. Carbon monoxide is a deadly poison. Those detectors have been around for decades, if not longer than that. We're talking carbon dioxide. Different substance here. A lot of places don't have carbon dioxide monitors. We're fortunate that one of my colleagues who's not here right now has one on his desk. We won't go down that road. Carbon dioxide monitors. And then, after these highly qualified individuals who may not be available in some of these rural areas are hopefully hired, assuming that the workforce is there, and then you have all of this additional regulation and requirement for the installation of these carbon dioxide monitors in occupied areas as applicable in the school, then per state statute, this HVAC assessment report is required. Qualified personnel shall prepare an HVAC assessment report for review by a mechanical engineer, and it must include all of the following information. And it goes on for 2 pages about the following information that is being required by state law to be prepared to then be handed off to a mechanical engineer. And then when the mechanical engineer gets it, then they have a whole nother page of stuff that they have to do to review this HVAC. Folks, for a lot of the small rural schools, these are potentially unfunded mandates. We'll get to the grant part of this bill in a second, because there is a grant part of the bill, but unfortunately there's still a lot of concerns from my rural schools about the ability of the grant program to actually and effectively be able to fund everything that's being required in this piece of legislation. And as I read through this bill, I ask myself the question, we have to do this HVAC assessment report in order to try to improve the indoor air quality in our schools. Well, guess what? There's lots of other things that impact indoor air quality in schools. If we're going to mandate things to this level of specificity and granularity in state law, then why aren't we mandating standards around shampooing the carpet? Because we've all seen those, clickbaity articles where it talks about how many dust mites live in like a square foot of carpet and all of the different pollen and dirt and other things that get tracked into a school. If this legislation is mandating to the level of specificity, basically like operator's manual level stuff around coils and condensers and valves and assessment reports, but it's mandating it in state law, to me, that is opening the door for additional mandates that should occur at the user level, at the maintenance manual level. Why does this bill not take into account standards around carpet shampooing? Why not make mandates that no carpet at all is allowed in schools because they can trap and retain those indoor air pollutants? Why does this bill not mandate a weekly dusting schedule? Because you have a lot of dust that can accumulate in schools. You ever seen on the top of like one of the ceiling fans? There's a lot of dust that can collect up there. If this piece of legislation is going to get so in the weeds with this HVAC assessment report, with cleaning of the coils and checking of the valves, I mean, I feel like maybe we should just go all the way and mandate all of these other things as well. Having done all of this in depth, in the weeds, like mechanical, like operator's manual level stuff that I disagree with. Then we said we'd get to it eventually. Then we finally get to, on page 19, the grants. There's grant money that can be used to help out a lot of the schools, particularly the rural schools, as was mentioned earlier, to help with this. The issue with that, and again, I've had this conversation with my rural schools. Let me mention again, they are opposed to this. The issue with this grant program, number one, is it's allowing two sources of grants. So on page 19, starting at line 12, it says schools can apply for grants from federal and state government sources, including the Building Electrification for Public Buildings Grant Program, and that's created within the Colorado Energy Office. So they can apply for state funds, or if you flip the page, page 20, they can apply for federal funds. However, in applying for federal funds, now there's a whole long laundry list at the bottom of page 20 of all of the different labor requirements that they have to comply with in order to be able to access those federal dollars. Folks, I've had conversations with my rural schools. I ran a bill for my rural schools last year, and in running that bill, I was able to get up close and personal with their budgets, with their personnel, with the ability that they have day to day to be able to manage a lot of these administrative requirements. Some of my rural schools, $3,000 is their field trip budget for the entire year. That's how small these schools are. That's how small these districts are. That is how resource scarce these districts are. So when we're talking a $3,000 a year budget for field trips for an entire school, all of the different administrative requirements and regulations that are imposed in this bill are going to be very, very difficult for a lot of my rural schools to comply with. And being able to go and apply for this grant money is not going to be a viable option for a lot of my schools because they already don't have the existing administrative infrastructure to be able to comply with 2 pages of requirements of state and federal red tape before they can even go and try to get grant money to be able to accomplish all of the other things that are required in this bill. You look at the fiscal note on this bill here. $1.5 million roughly this year, $1.6 million next year. There's a lot of rural schools. $1.6 million in grant funds isn't going to be enough to be able to cover for a lot of these schools all of the upgrades, all of the requirements, all of the carbon dioxide monitoring that's required, and a lot of these schools are not going to be able to even access this federal funds because they don't have a massive administrative labor force to be able to comply with all of the different labor requirements that are being imposed on the bottom of page 20. So while I appreciate the sponsor's consideration of rural schools, as someone who represents rural schools, I needed to come down here and be able to explain why the rural schools are opposed to this, why this bill imposes additional red tape and additional costs that my small rural schools are not able to comply with, and the grant program has so many hoops that they have to jump through that in many cases they won't even be able to access that grant money. So for all of these reasons, I am a no on this piece of legislation.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. He just covered a lot of some of the things I wanted to talk about, but I wanted to get into some of the other details about this. When we talk about all these regulations, and this bill really does walk you through it, basically what should be an average day of work as an HVAC technician. There is so much red tape in this bill, and I think it's intentional. The only people that showed up to testify in support of this bill was mostly labor unions and other unions. Going through who is in support of this bill, those are also with the addition of a couple activist groups, those are the only ones in support of this bill. So although this bill could probably be called, the red tape bill, I think we kind of see the direction it's going and the purpose behind this bill. So with that, I'd like to offer amendment move amendment L007 and ask that it be properly displayed. You guys will love this one.
L7 is properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Wilson.
So since this bill seems to favor the labor unions and kind of funnels the money through the school district from federal fund, gets the federal grants to run through the school district, and that only certain companies that meet certain requirements are allowed to use those funds, we thought it would be appropriate to try to make a title change to this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Leader.
I ask for a no vote. We have negotiated this bill. We have stakeholdered this bill all summer long. This is not a union bill. It's an everybody bill. We don't set the stipulations and the requirements. The feds do it for the grant program. Ask for a no vote.
Get your no. I think it's a good time to do this now.
Okay.
Representatives, before I call you, I will just, thank you for the amendment. I just want to be sure we stay in our lanes, particularly when it comes to motives and whatnot. So please, Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, thank you for your leadership, and I will absolutely do that. The questions I have, and I believe the bill sponsor and I have talked about these concerns, and I believe, actually, and I'll ask the bill sponsors, I think this is to the amendment. I'll let the bill sponsors decide. Are you going to come up here?
I'm sorry. In order to speak, you need to be recognized by the chair. Representative Holtorf, please go to your discussion, please. If you have a question, you can ask it, but please ask in the microphone. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I was recognized or not. Can I get a confirmation?
Yes, you are. Please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Just wanted to get a confirmation on that. So I'm following protocol. It is my desire to follow the protocol to the best of my ability. So with respect to this amendment that, I got to lean over here a second, concerning the Labor Union High Volume Cash Accumulation Act. So to the bill sponsors, does this bill require applicants to work with unions? Because I have a concern.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, they can use any certified contractor as long as they meet the mandatory criteria of the bill, which is the Fed's requirement in their grant.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You might think this is a little unusual, but believe me, we've had some very direct discussions, and I have asked the bill sponsor to give me some very direct answers. So I'm glad that she's accepted this challenge. Next question, are there any certified contractors that meet the mandatory criteria that are not union?
Representative Leader.
Yes. The bill is, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the bill establishes mandatory criteria that an HVAC contractor must satisfy in order to perform work described in the bill. There are both union and non-union contractors that meet this requirement.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, in my House District 63, everyone in my district knows that we have very little union and HVAC workers. There are very little union HVAC workers, but we do have HVAC subcontractors. The problem is we don't have enough of them. It is a highly sought-after industry in the state of Colorado, and my good friend that I grew up with can't do all the work that he has scheduled to do in his HVAC business. But I'm going to ask another question because I'm really concerned about this union versus non-union question because I support all workers, union and non-union. So can a contractor pay prevailing wages without being part of a union, and which would be important in my district in House District 63?
Representatives, I want us to be sure that we're talking about the amendment. The amendment is specific on language. However, we are not debating contracts and access to dollars. The bill is about HVAC maintenance. And so since it seems like that we are dialoguing, I need to bring us back to Amendment L7 and back to the content in the bill. Representative Leader.
I think...
Representative Holtorf.
I think, Madam Chair, because of your leadership, I think we better yield the dais and really dial in on the title. Although I am very, very, and I have more questions, direct questions, because this non-union union debate is very important. The union carve-outs and the union directives that protect unions in the workplace don't work in rural Colorado. So I have more questions. I'll ask them later. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield the dais.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I simply ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L7? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on that note, and with continuing the discussion that that was kind of catered to the title, I want to ask about the tab requirements in this bill. This bill requires a certain certification of tab. There are only about 50 tab certified individuals in the region, and that includes Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and a couple other places. But of those 50, and it was confirmed in testimony, are any of them non-union members? Of those 50 individuals that are certified in tab throughout the region, are any of them non-union?
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is always a pleasure to serve with you.
It is my pleasure to serve with you.
So it's typical that 5% to 1.5% of mechanical projects and tab jobs can typically be done by a single technician in one day. In a large tab project, it would take about 3 days for a single person. So 24 hours, which is why there are a small number of statewide contractors. There just isn't a lot of tab work in the grand scheme of mechanical construction, because these guys travel extensively. Also, without a tab report, many building jurisdictions will not provide a certificate of occupancy. And I understand that may be different for schools, but they're regulated by the state. But there's no way for the taxpayers and parents to confirm whether the installation is correct with the tab report. Tab contractors are quality control. They effectively the auditors of the mechanical installation and hold the owner and contractor accountable for the design. And I don't know who's union and who's not union. 70% of the certified contractors are non-union. Additionally, they'll add, there's training, we are adding training. Additionally, training new tab technicians every semester. So statewide, we have about 36 tab techs working for union contractors. Non-unions probably employ about 30 or so. Off the top of my head, we have about 6 union members with the certifications that are not currently working for a tab contractor.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would invite the bill sponsor to come back to, if she would be kind enough to. I have a series of additional questions that I think are important to address with respect to this bill, because I do share this concern that in the far reaches of rural Colorado in our schools, we need HVAC technicians union or non-union, I don't care. I just want the technicians to come and work on these systems within our schools. So a couple more questions I have here, just a few more. I have about 12, but I think I'm only going to ask the 4 that are the most important. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll just ask these 4 questions. To the bill sponsor, can a contractor pay prevailing wage without being part of a union? In other words, can they pay these wages without being part of a union?
I'm sorry, Representative Holtorf, were you going to ask more than one question again?
I'm asking the bill sponsors,
HVAC.
ma'am,
Okay.
and I believe I have one here, although both of them can come up if they want.
Okay, apologies. I will also notice this bill is about HVAC, and I want to be sure that we're staying to the bill and not straying and talking more about just other union concepts. So as long as it pertains to the content within the bill, that should be fine. I'm sorry, Representative Holtorf, would you like to ask your question again, or do you want me to recognize Representative Leader?
Actually, Madam Chair, I think the bill sponsor was very acutely tuned into my question by the expression on her face, so I think she's ready to answer the question.
Thank you. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'll answer the question. It does speak about prevailing wage. Yes, any contractor can pay prevailing wage at any time.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few more questions here. And this union issue is, we need to vet this. It's important. So the bill mentions the use of registered apprenticeship programs. I'm not sure what the registration criteria are, but registered apprenticeship programs, are these union programs, non-union programs, or not? Or both?
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill does mention the registered apprenticeship program, so no, both union and non-union certified contractors have apprenticeship programs. I've ran bills that support all apprenticeship programs.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think 1 or 2 more questions, and I think I'll be satisfied with my concerns that non-union participation will be afforded and available under the HVAC Improvements for Public Schools Bill, number HB 241307, just to make sure we're coming right back to the bill. Is this a mandatory program? Is it mandated, or is it an optional program that anybody can participate in, whether union or non-union?
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this is an optional program. You have to opt in to the program, and that's why I won't give carve-outs for to be exempt, because you can go use the program right now. There's nothing mandating you to utilize this program right now. It's an opt-in program. It's that simple. They could use it right now. What we're trying to do is to help them, especially rules, by giving them grant writers. We've bent over backwards. We've moved several amendments for them. They said they would get to a monitor, which that did not happen. They came in and said, give us a carve-out or we'll oppose the bill. I go, I'm not going to waste this chamber's time or members' taxpayer dollars by giving a frivolous amendment that's for an opt-in program. It's that simple. It's all opt-in. Thank you for the question.
All right, no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I think
Court
some
is
of my
adjourned.
concerns have been satisfied for my district. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still have a lot of concerns with the extent that this bill goes. It goes beyond what the federal grant requirements are. In my thought, you know, the bill is telling us that Colorado school buildings receive a poor score when it comes to the condition of the facility. We're also informed in this bill that 1 degree increase in school temperature leads to 1% learning loss. I'm confident that none of our colleagues wish that our children attend school in a toxic environment that may restrict their learning ability. But that's why this legislation is so frustrating. It does not help that situation. It only adds more fuel on an already important issue. Right now, according to the Society of Civil Engineers, Colorado schools have approximately $14 billion funding gap between their infrastructure needs, repairs, all of those things. And Colorado's has about a 96% of HVAC firms, or plumbers, electricians, and HVAC, are looking for staff. They're understaffed in all these areas. And this bill just continues to put restrictions on who can help with this issue, which also drives up the cost, which means the federal funding is going to run out. When you require such specific items, the highest rated air filter on an air filter in an area that might not be used very often, you are just putting more cost burden on the school. Yes, it's coming from a grant, and it's going directly to possibly, maybe, a non-union contractor, but it's going in one direction. If this bill passes, it will strip schools of their local government autonomy, mandating that, hey, it doesn't mandate that you have to use this program. It mandates that basically if you want help getting grants to have good infrastructure, then you need to follow this direction. You cannot go through your local channels and get the appropriate work done well and still get grant funding. I cannot understand why we are placing such a huge policy burden and barriers to accessing these dollars. Like I said, I think the bill gets so specific, some of it even day-to-day operations of an HVAC employee, that we're not. Why would you dictate the basics? With the lack of available workforce, the requirements in the bill create that barrier that puts us in a worse place to access these funds. So with that, I'd like to run, I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, L8 is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Wilson.
Thank you. This amendment removes the portion of the bill that states that a school that undertakes HVAC infrastructure improvements using money made available by federal government sources or sources combined with state government sources must be using only contractors on the certified contractor list established by the Department of Employment. You can be on currently this list isn't established. I think we spoke with them yesterday, and there isn't a certified contractor list for this yet. But that doesn't mean that qualified HVAC technicians are not able to do this work. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on L8? Representative Leader.
I ask for a no vote. Again, it's an opt-in program. They could be using this right now.
Representative Wilson.
If it's an opt-in program, why do we need the bill?
Representative Leader.
Because we're trying to, thank you, Madam Chair, because we're giving them grant writers and assisting them because nobody has used it in Colorado. So by doing this, we're giving them grant writers and a list of contractors which will go there, which was required by the rural schools, along with a map of all the contractors that goes from the Wyoming border to the southern, eastern, and western border. We've given them all of that, and again, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Hemrick.
And thank you, Madam Chair. As a school teacher, the BEST program has infrastructure deficits for K-12 capital construction and repair that are close to $20 billion. So we desperately need this bill to give these options, these options of grant writers to schools that are desperately in need, where the average school is about 40 years old. So we desperately need this program. That's why we're running the bill.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were just told that the program is currently available. It's an opt-in program, and that, you know, schools could be doing this right now. But then we were also told we desperately need this bill to do this. It sounds like that the governor's office expanding the grant writing program to include HVAC is where the need is, because currently the governor's office is supposed to provide aid to school districts with grant writing. I believe that's in the fiscal note that they currently do. This just adds the HVAC piece. So are we building a bill with all these stipulations on the funding when we should just be getting the governor's office to help our school districts with that grant writing and the guidance of what they need to meet that criteria? I ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I again ask for a no vote because you cannot get the match funds without the bill, making schools less competitive. No vote.
Is there any further discussion on L8? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. L8 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Assistant Majority Leader. I think it's always interesting, as you've heard me say this before, about who and what entities are in support, one are monitoring a bill or are looking for amendments. And I think it's quite interesting that sheet metal and air conditioning contractors, the National Association of Colorado chapter, is really supporting. Smart Transportation Division of something is supporting. But yet there is the Pikes Peak Area School District Alliance is monitoring, and the Rural Schools Alliance are opposing. So people have looked at this bill, and those who are going to utilize the bill one way or another for profit or not have a strong opinion about this. And I think if we've got a bill for schools, we need to pay close attention to what the schools have to say about it. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1307? AML Winter.
Thank you, AML Bacon. After the good representative from Colorado Springs got up and spoke, you know, I take a lot of credence in what Rural School Alliance says and how they view things. I mean, their job at the end of the day is to represent the rural schools. Can see this definitely be an unfunded mandate. A lot of the school districts I have, you know, we come from agri-centered communities. There's not tons of funding within that. Tax base isn't very high in some of these schools and places, and to place another unfunded mandate on schools within my district just makes it a lot harder to force them to do this. The good representative from Weldon, Adams County also spoke about the other things that we could be talking about if we were literally going to start mandating things all the way down to the carpet cleaning and the dust on top of fan blades. So, you know, if I really thought this bill would help those rural schools and not affect them in a negative way, I think I could get behind it. But for those reasons, I'll have to be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Wilson. Yeah, no, I got stuck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was an amendment in appropriations today. I have to review that. I did not see that until this morning. But there is a lot of funding going into this bill. In fact, Colorado Energy Office adds 4 full-time employees. Department of Public Safety adds 4 full-time employees. And the concern here is in the school districts, costs may increase to pursue additional HVAC projects with the possibility of an offset by the additional grants. When improvements are complete, districts pay the Department of Public Safety for the inspections. So it's great that you're getting these grants to help with this infrastructure, but when you're also saying, oh, by the way, you got to pay for this and the other out of your pocket, that still puts a burden, especially on our rural schools that are going to pay higher because they have to have these specific individuals, these specific trademarked certifications come to their district that may not be in their area. I move Amendment L001 or L011 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Okay, Amendment L011 is properly displayed. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment just says that this bill is sunset for 5 years. This gives us the opportunity to look at this program, see if it's working, making sure our schools aren't being overburdened. I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Leader.
I want to see the amendment. So actually, we have a review in the fiscal note today, and then it does it in a year.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll withdraw that amendment. That was in this morning's approps amendment, so I withdraw Amendment L011.
L011 is withdrawn. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1307? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1307. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1307 passes.
Instead of mine? Oh.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1444 up for consideration. Thank you.
55.
1455.
House Bill 1455 will be heard. Mr. Shebel, please read the title.
House Bill 1455 by Representatives Weissman and Frizzell, also Senators Fields and Gardner, concerning the effective date of the 23rd Judicial District.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1455 and the committee report from Judiciary.
To the committee report.
Members, in Judiciary Committee, we added essentially a clarifying amendment. The bill is about making sure there is a set date by which the new 23rd Judicial District springs into effect. The amendment in the Judiciary Committee report is just to clarify that the counties that are parts of the transition here do have permission prior to the effective date to take steps that they need to take toward the magic date, which is January 14, 2025, such as just moving employees around and operational issues and payroll systems and things of that sort. That was requested by the counties, and we're happy to do it. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The Judiciary report is passed. To the bill, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, really simple cleanup bill. This is to make sure that the same date, namely January 14, 2025, governs all the different facets of the soon-to-be new judicial district, the DA taking his or her oath, judge appointment provisions, and the springing into effect of the district in the relevant part of our statutes. The need for this cleanup was identified by the DA's counsel and the Judicial Department. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1455? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 1455 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1365.
House Bill 1365 by Representatives Lukens and Soper, also Senators Bridges and Will, concerning regional talent development initiatives and in connection therewith creating the Regional Talent Summit Grant Program and income tax credit for facility improvement and equipment acquisition costs associated with training programs designed to alleviate workforce shortages.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1365, the Appropriations Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Appropriations Committee, we just had a technical amendment. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Finance Committee report, I move L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L7 is properly displayed. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For L007, this is just clarifying that if you are unable to complete FAFSA, you are still eligible for the program, and we ask for a yes vote on L007.
Is there any discussion? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to add a little bit more for why we have this amendment. There was a hiccup with FAFSA, so there are a population of students who did not fill out the form, and we definitely want to make sure that they can still take advantage of what we're doing here.
Great. Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L7, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. L7 is passed. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Lukens.
We ask for a yes vote on the Finance Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed say no. Finance Committee report is passed. To the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We brought 3 amendments in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. They were technical changes to the Opportunity Next program, as well as technical changes that we worked on in conjunction with the Department of Revenue, and another amendment that was developed in partnership with OSPB. We ask for a yes vote on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L008 to House Bill 1365.
L008 is properly displayed. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L008 is an amendment to connect underrepresented communities with employment opportunities, and we ask for a yes vote on L008.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L008. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. L8 is passed. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first want to thank Representative Lukens, my good Western Slope colleague. It's certainly been an honor to be part of this bill. First of all, it extends the Opportunity Now grant funds. It also helps develop the Regional Talent Grant Program. This will allow Coloradans to pair in-demand, high skills, and high-wage occupations to the workforce that will employ them. Working with the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade to convene these regional talent summits across the state, and not just on the I-25 corridor, but taking in every corner of our great state. We hope to be able to build the workforce that will work to develop the infrastructure that we need, and would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1365. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1365 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1446 to after House Bill 1268.
House Bill 1446 will be moved after House Bill 1268. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1052.
House Bill 1052 by Representatives Weissman and Marshall, also Senators Colker and Hansen, concerning the reinstatement of an income tax credit to help income-qualified seniors afford housing.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move 1052 and the reports from Finance and Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Members, in Appropriations, we made a substantive change to reduce the spend on this tax credit in two ways. First, we reduced the maximum income eligibility cut point for joint filers. We also reduced the maximum benefit from $1,000 to $800. That amount is chosen because it's about the maximum that you get from the senior homestead exemption if you're eligible. More on that in a second. And then we adjusted the phase down from of the credit from the maximum point to 0. And there's also an appropriation for implementation. We ask for your support of the Appropes report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriation Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Finance report, Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Most of the Finance report was superseded by the changes in the Appropriations report. However, two things to note are correcting a date and correcting an internal cross-reference. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Finance Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members of the Finance Committee are probably shocked to see me up here supporting a tax credit, but a tax credit that I'm in support of all the time are ones that are to make the federal money tree shake or to put people back in that were inappropriately left out. We have the homestead exemption here in Colorado, and that people get about $600 to $800 back if they own their home. They've been in it for 10 years and they're of a certain age. That leaves out everyone who's elderly who rents their home. And I am a big believer in fairness, and it's unfair that we leave that segment out and only give the homestead exemption and that tax credit back to homeowners of a certain age. So if you rent, we should give an equivalent amount back. And yes, this comes out of the Tabor refund, but so does the homestead exemption. So this is an apples to apples comparison pretty much in terms of fairness. And it got out of the Finance Committee unanimously, an 11-0 vote, because people understood we are trying to just make it fair and equivalent. So it costs about $37 million total, and the income limits go from $25,000 to $125,000 if you're a joint filer, and $75,000 if you're a single. So we ask for your support on this because to me, again, it's a fundamental issue of fairness. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think my colleague from Highlands Ranch hit the key points, which is that we know about the homestead exemption. It helps a lot of people. It misses a lot of people. This is to try to fill that gap. Two other things to add. This comes to you from the Legislative Interim Committee on Tax Policy last summer, where we had a housing policy focus, and this is squarely to help people with housing costs. Also, it is a one-year tax credit. This is operative for this tax year, 2024. Folks will claim it on the return next year. Then it phases out. We in the interim committee and we here now think that that is the responsible thing to do. We can commit to this in the current fiscal picture that we find ourselves in, and we know that longer conversations will be continuing to happen. So we ask for your support for 1052.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1052. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 1052 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1116.
House Bill 1116 by Representatives Byrd and Bradfield, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Mullica, concerning the extension of the contaminated land state income tax credit.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1116 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we amended the bill to change the sunset and move it down to just 5 years, 5 additional years for this tax credit.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so pleased to join my good colleague here. This tax credit is an important piece of legislation that incentivizes purchase and mitigation of contaminated land. In many of our cities and rural areas, there is land that sits fallow and unused and can lead to blight in communities, and it's a wasted resource for many of us. This tax credit assists in private entities' mitigation efforts to clean up environmental contamination and make that land healthy to be around and usable, whether it be for housing or other commercial purposes. So we ask for your yes vote.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Representative Byrd said, often in communities there is property that's abandoned, unused, underused, and can lead to blight. And so why do we need this bill? And this helps the new landowner or present landowner be able to clean up the contamination that is there and be able to get a tax credit that will be able to save them some money. This land that has contamination can be harmful to your health and the environment. It also, any of this contaminated land, diminishing the property values, and once they are cleaned up, they're ready for development, whether it be new construction, remodeling of any constructions, which all then increases the local tax bases and improves the neighborhood and improves the environment. We certainly ask for a yes vote on this bill. It has been available since 2014 and has been highly successful, and this is a continuation of a good steward plan for our communities. Thank you. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1116. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1116 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1157.
House Bill 1157 by Representatives Lindstedt and Vigil, also Senator Bridges, concerning employee-owned businesses.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1157, the Appropriations Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we did in appropriations, we bumped the sunset for this bill up to 2034, and we also stopped funds from being able to be rolled over from one year to the next, and I'd ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations. I'll pause. Appropriations? Good? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Finance Committee report. I'm sorry. Representative Lindstedt, I'm literally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Finance Committee, we created a cash fund so that there was a place that the money could go. So we asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The Finance Committee report is passed. Sorry. Thank you. Fell off. Yes, I'm sorry. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Business Affairs and Labor, we made a couple of adjustments. We narrowed the title. We also clarified some eligible costs. The bill is introduced, said that the office could identify eligible uses of these funds, and we just wanted to clarify exactly what those would be, so we added those directly into the bill, and I'd ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'm really excited to bring you this bill. I'm a big believer in getting people paid what they contribute with their labor. All of our wealth and prosperity in the state comes from the labor of working people, and we feel that when a business owner is ready to sell or ready to retire, that they should have all of the options available to them. And when someone is willing and able to go something like the ESOP route, the employee stock ownership plan, or some other sort of employee ownership scheme. We don't want them to be stopped by legal complexities and red tape that become a hindrance and make it too expensive to do so. The current cost structure tends to favor companies selling to each other rather than selling to their employees. This is really good for our state, its economy, all of our communities. It keeps our businesses rooted in our local economies and makes sure that all the hard-earned wealth that workers around the state are putting into our economy stay here and enrich all of our families. And so I'd ask for your yes vote.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are in a time when a lot of business owners are seeking to retire and move on to new things. Codifying this office gives those business owners a clear route to selling their employees, to keeping these small businesses open and in community. This bill builds on the good work of the good representative from Grand Junction and many others over the years who have tried to create a space for employee-owned businesses in Colorado. Colorado is leading the country in terms of employee ownership, and we should continue to do that. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Taggart. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
It is a privilege to serve with you as well.
Employee-owned businesses and the transfer from an individual or a family to their employees is a very important concept. And I was proud to work with Representative Lindstedt on a bill last year, and I'm proud to support this bill. One of the things we run into as owning businesses is we have a tremendous allegiance to the people that work for us. But in many cases, they don't have the monies set aside for all the legal ramifications that we're about to go through, particularly with an ESOP program. And because of that, we end up selling them many times to an outside firm. And that leaves our employees in a precarious situation because they've been very loyal to us. They have worked for us for a long time and we're very loyal to them. But now all of a sudden there's a new owner. And they can't go home at night thinking that everything is fine because things could change and change very quickly. So everything we can do from a tax credit to include employee ownership, I'm all for, because people that have worked for us for a very long time and have helped us build the business, if we can help them, we want to do that. So thank you. Please vote yes on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1157? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. 1157 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1268.
House Bill 1268 68 by Representatives Weissman and Ortiz, also Senators Exum and Fields, concerning fiscal policy for the financial support of certain low-income individuals based on need and in connection therewith, making organizational modifications to the grants for real property tax assistance and heat or fuel expenses assistance, ending such grants for individuals with a disability beginning January 1, 2025, and creating an income tax credit for qualified individuals with a disability to claim for tax years commencing on or after January 1, 2025.
Yeah.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 24-1268.
To the bill.
Thank you, members. This bill really is about making sure that those that already currently qualify for aid get that aid. Currently, as it stands, it's a cumbersome grant program to get relief on utility bills. Because it is a cumbersome application process, very few are taking advantage of something that they truly could use and need. So to put it quite simply and oversimplify it, and I'll leave a bigger brain to explain the nuts and bolts of it, is we're making sure that instead of having to go through that process, that through filing your income taxes, that you can get that as a tax credit or as a reimbursement. So that's simply what this bill does, especially for community living with a disability. Whether you're new or whether you were born this way, living with a disability, because of how inaccessible the world is, if you find yourself in a position where you could benefit from this, we should make it as easy as possible for people to qualify so that they can get a hand up and really start building their lives and moving on from there. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Our colleague from Littleton really hit it. We've had something for decades called the PTC, Property Tax Heat and Rent Credit. It is a grants program. You fill out an application, the state basically sends you a check. Because this is not integrated to the tax system or really anything else, it has very, very low utilization. In a good year, 8%, maybe 5 or 6%. This is the state's own data. All the bill is really doing is, for folks with disabilities, changing this effective 1/1/25 to a tax credit so it is integrated into our tax system so that all the software out there that makes it easier knows about that, so that advocacy communities who help people participate in filing taxes, claiming benefits that the law makes available to them, can increase utilization. The fiscal note estimates that we should see 65% utilization instead of 6 or 8%. We're trying to keep the benefit parameters pretty similar. The point is just help people get what the law has for decades said that they should get because of disability status. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 24-1268. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1268 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1446 to after House Bill 1295.
So moved. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 24-1295.
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Titone and Herod, also Senator Fenberg, concerning community revitalization incentives for the support of creative industries and in connection therewith, extending the community grant revitalization program and creating an income tax credit for expenses incurred in completing infrastructure that supports creative industries and creative industry workers.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1295, the Appropriations Report and the Business Affairs and Labor Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we lowered the amount of the tax credit to $10 million, and I ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report, we just put a little change on there for the Revitalization Cash Program Cash Fund. So this was requested by the Treasury Department to make sure that the money could be distributed, and I ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor report, the motion before us is its adoption. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Business Affairs and Labor report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, thank you so much for listening. We are proud to present 1295. Representative Titone and I have worked on this particular project for quite some time now, and it's been incredibly successful. It has provided over $98 million to 59 capital projects over the last 2 years, including art spaces in Colorado Springs, the VFW One Post in Denver, Cleo Parker Robinson Dance in Denver, and the Boulder Studio Art Center, to name a few. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This type of program, this is the third iteration. It touches all parts of Colorado. It involves housing, it involves arts. These are revitalizing parts of our communities that are the centerpiece, bringing people together. And I ask for support for this bill so we can help some more of these projects that have been waiting for this funding, and we can continue to fund a lot of these projects who have been looking for more funding, and here it is. So I ask for support.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1295? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1295. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1446.
House Bill 1446 by Representatives McLaughlin and Hartsook, also Senators Buckner and Pelton B, concerning improving resources for science educators.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1446 and the Education and Appropriations Report, please.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. We had a couple of amendments. The first one included gifted students into the repertoire of who would be able to get this. The other one was to add a hybrid virtual option for training, and the third part had that we would collaborate, the colleges would collaborate with other nonprofits. It didn't have to just be, it didn't just have to be colleges that they would collaborate with. And then the second amendment had two parts, to include rural and small rural areas and give them priority if it needs to be. And this one listed only school districts, so it's a technical correction to align with the intention of the bill to serve science teachers in all types of schools.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the Education Committee report, Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, this bill took, the stakeholding was really fun for this bill because we got online with a whole bunch of science teachers and asked them what they wanted. Scores had been going down and they wanted to figure out, and it wasn't, we weren't buying them more beakers or textbooks. They wanted professional development and they wanted help like that, so just to make them better science teachers, and that's what this bill does. We've made critical investments in math and literacy, and now we want to make some critical investments in science. And this will be some training for science teachers, and I'm really excited to present this bill.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McLaughlin.
That's all I need to say. I think this is a really good thing for science teachers to be getting what they need to be better science teachers in all schools in Colorado.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1446? Seeing no, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 24-1446. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 1446 is passed.
Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 194.
Senate Bill 194 by Senators Roberts and Will, also Representatives McLaughlin and Armagost, concerning special districts that provide emergency services and in connection therewith, authorizing a district to impose an impact fee on certain new construction and to levy a sales tax to generate additional revenue for district services.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 24-194 on second reading.
So moved. To the bill.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. This gives fire protection and ambulance districts the same rights as all other districts in Colorado. The right to ask for impact fees and sales tax without getting permission from the city or county. Every other special district in the state can do that now. Our special districts are worried because they are primarily financed by property tax, and with bills coming out, property taxes are fluctuate a lot. They want to make sure that they have a plan B when they start running out of money, and this is a great bill for our firefighters and ambulance services.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If anyone was at the the dinner that we had with the fire chiefs, it was very impactful, some of the conversations we had. There were a lot of chiefs that were struggling with the fact that they're in communities that aren't developing, and those communities that are developing are prospering with their fire departments. But those that don't have those same level of developments are struggling to even make calls. So public safety is definitely on a decline when we can't fund our fire departments, and this is a very critical bill to make sure we can get that to happen. So I encourage a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 194? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of Senate Bill 194. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. And Senate Bill 194 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1314.
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Lukens and Martinez, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning expanding the income tax credit for qualified costs incurred in preservation of historic structures.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1314 in the Finance Report and the Appropriations Report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Martinez.
All right, so members in committee, we added appropriations for Amendment J1 that added provision appropriating a total of $128,663 general fund for this fiscal year, including $72,000 for the Office of the Governor and $54,000 for History Colorado in the Department of Higher Education realm. So for those that don't know, History Colorado is in part of the Department of Higher Education. This provision also states that the appropriation is based on the assumption that the office will require an additional 0.4 FTE that History Colorado requires. So we request an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage or the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. And the report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this was just a technical amendment by Legislative Council to ensure that fee revenue generated by the program's application has a destination in accounting, and we request an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the Finance Committee report, the motion before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. And the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. We bring before you modification tax credit preservation historic structures. This builds up the highly successful existing commercial historic preservation tax credit program administered jointly by History Colorado and OEdit. The Commercial Historic Preservation Tax Credit Program has been in place since 2015 and provides incentives to rehabilitate commercial historic structures. We also combine this with an opportunity to expand on affordable housing opportunities. And so we've been working on this great bill, and we ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1314.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1314? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1314. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1314 passes. Ms. Riley, please read the title to, Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1358.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1358.
House Bill 1358 by Representatives Harrod and Snyder concerning the film incentive income tax credit.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move House Bill 1358, the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
Representative Snyder, I only show one committee report.
Just the Appropriations Committee report, you are correct.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. So in Appropriations, we actually took two amendments. One that transferred some cash out of the Film Credit Tax Cash Fund, and the other appropriated approximately $29,000. And we would ask for a yes vote.
Excuse me, the House will stand in a very brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Snyder, we are on the Appropriations Committee report.
Having explained it, I was asking for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, the motion before us is its adoption. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This ensures that the tax credits are not reserved and revenue reduction costs do not occur after 2029. And it also specifies that the state may rescind a tax credit reservation if the company who was previously awarded the reservation has not met the specified requirements. On deadline, I ask for an aye vote.
Representatives, no. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L3 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1358, the... Oh. Representative Holtorf. Okay.
Thank you.
He was saying wait, so I didn't know if he actually wanted to come up or not. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for recognizing me as I stood in the well waiting for my turn. This particular legislation comes back every year trying to incentivize and help the film industry, which I do understand. But I do have a problem when these bills significantly affect Tabor and our Tabor refunds. In the 5 years I've been here, I think I'm seeing more legislation that affects Tabor this year than any of the previous years. Tabor being the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and the requirement for Colorado to return those funds that are gathered through taxation back to the taxpayers when they're not appropriated and utilized. Now, some things happen with this bill that are very concerning to me. The guardrails were removed from this bill, and so I would like to move L004 to House Bill to 1358 and have it properly displayed. Now, this bill removes...
Give us a second, Representative Holtorf.
Okay, stand by. I'll stand by. I want to grab something.
Please proceed.
So, there were some things that as I analyzed this that caught my attention, and I wanted to point them out. And one of them was the guardrails that were on this that were changed. And also, what really concerned me is that clearly we're going to disregard Tabor through this bill. Didn't want this to be a surprise to the bill sponsors. I believe they have a copy of the amendment. But let's go through it here. Page 3. I think it's important that we understand this amendment. If you take lines 15 through 27 on page 3, there's actually a lot of language that is stricken. It's stricken. But the language that's in there for the income tax year that commences the 2024 calendar year and for each income tax year thereafter, the maximum aggregate amount of all tax credits allowed pursuant to the subsection of this section is $5 million. But then there's language below that that is deleted. My amendment also deletes not only the language that was deleted, lines 18 through 27, but also 15 through 18. So take a little time and look at that, colleagues, because there's something very important that then we're going to move to 4, strike line 1, is at least $50 million. And that sounds like a lot of money, but I guess in the film industry, it's not that much as they make these films, apparently. But it is a lot of money for the state of Colorado and taxpayers, in my humble opinion. Now, this particular amendment, what it's going to do, page 4, it's going to add some new language under 5A. For the income tax year that commences during the 2024 calendar year, and for each income tax year thereafter, the maximum aggregate for all tax credits allowed pursuant to subsection 3 of this section is $5 million. If based on the financial report prepared by the controller in accordance with section 24-77-106.5. The controller certifies that for the state fiscal year that includes the first day of the calendar year and the amount of state revenue in excess of the limitation of state fiscal year spending imposed by 20, parentheses 7, parentheses 8 of Article 5 of the state constitution for the state fiscal year that the voters of the state have not authorized the state to retain and spend. I just want to stop there because this is what Tabor is. This is the heart of Tabor. And, okay, so $5 million, I think that's a lot of money. Probably not as much as the bill sponsors want. And truly, you could say, well, make it $250 million, make it $500 million, make it $5 billion, whatever. Go, Hollywood, go. But I see this continuing to go up. More. How much of Tabor should we take? How much of Tabor should we take to support the film industry in Colorado? I understand priming the pump. That's $5 million. But I don't get taking the taxpayers' money away at levels of $50 million or any other level thereafter. So what this amendment does, fellow colleagues, is say we're going to protect Tabor. We're going to stand up for Tabor. Because arguably, you know, many filmmakers and film industry, they do quite well. So how much should the taxpayers in the state of Colorado subsidize the film industry? I argue less than more, and that is the primary reason I brought this amendment. Now, if you look at the last line 17 on the amendment, hopefully we can see it. Let me look and see if it's displayed here. Oh, yeah, there it is, 17. Strike lines 2 through 16. So, and if you look at the bill in your bill folder, they're stricken. But we're not talking about $50 million. Talking about $5 million. And I think that's enough. So I asked for an aye vote. I encourage you to all protect the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We're not supposed to be here raiding the coffers in every instance, in every angle, in everything we do. Ladies and gentlemen of this chamber, we serve and work for taxpayers. They are our constituents, most of them, not all of them. We want to super elevate everyone in the state so they can become taxpayers. That is a measure of success. We call that economic success. We call that lifting yourself up and becoming part of the great American dream. And then underwriting all the rest of it as a good taxpayer. But I do not think it's fair to Colorado. I do not think it's fair for us to subsidize $50 million, and I'm wrapping this up very quickly, to this tax industry with this rate on Tabor. That's why I offer this very responsible, carefully crafted amendment that protects Colorado's Taxpayer Bill of Rights against Hollywood profiteers that want to come to make movies in Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I'll remind our colleagues that the same colleague that is bringing this amendment actually opposed the Tabor trigger last year. So this year, we're removing the Tabor trigger, and there's opposition to that, which was surprising to me. But I want to be clear that we are removing the Tabor trigger because when the Tabor surpluses are certified, you only have 3 months to the end of the fiscal year. That only leaves 3 months for them to be able to make this expenditure. It is unfriendly to Colorado, the Colorado business community, and it messes up the way that these businesses can conduct their business. So we ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Members, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, how many films have we supported through this tax credit in the last year or 2 or 5? Do we have those data points?
Yeah.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There have been, through this, so I want to be clear that the film incentive tax credit has been something that we've had to redo every single year because we have not approved a multi-year tax credit. But the tax credit provides a 1 to 18 return on investment when it is here in Colorado. That has been studied and was presented to the Film Commission study that looked into the efficacy of the tax credit. In the past time since the tax credit has been here, when we're able, 18 to 1 return, we have passed Our Souls at Night, The Hateful Eight. We have also worked on the Coach Prime. We have done Furious 7. We have also done Elevation, which will be released this year, and multiple other films. I hope that answers your
Members, let's try to keep it down in the chamber, please. Go ahead, Representative Herod.
I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1358. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1453.
House Bill 1453 by Representative Ricks, also Senators Coleman and Kolker, concerning the relocation of the Climber Act from the Department of the Treasury to the Office of Economic Development.
Representative Ricks.
Madam Chair, I move HB 24-1453 and the finance report.
Representative Ricks, I do not have a Finance Committee report listed.
Oh, okay. Well, the appropriations?
No committee reports. You want to redo your motion just for the bill?
All right. I move HB 24-1453.
To the bill. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is about Climber. Climber is a small business loan program that was initiated back in 2021 to help small businesses right after the COVID, or during the COVID crisis, when capital was very, very scarce. There are nearly over 140,000 small businesses with employees here in Colorado. Small businesses in Colorado make up disproportionately larger share of the economy of the state compared to the United States as a whole. As we know, small businesses were especially hit hard, wide-ranging in continuing economic impacts, especially since COVID. So Climber was created to help Main Street businesses through economic recovery. Small businesses with 99 employees may apply for working capital loans between $10,000 to $500,000. Banks, credit unions, CDFIs, and other nonprofit lenders may originate loans through the program below market interest rates and with a 6-month deferred principal payment option to make the program a secure option for small businesses. Since the inception of the program, the Climber has deployed over 246 has helped 246,000 small business loans in over 26 counties, totaling $18 million. There's been 1,098 jobs that have been created, and we've provided capital to create at least 86 positions. There's 10 lenders in the program, and we have about $19 million ready to deploy. In 2021, there were 6 loans that were closed, 22, 13 loans, so it doubled. And in 2023, we lent out 127 loans total. And so this bill will move Clymer from the Treasurer's Office into the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. And the purpose for that is that when businesses come in and they are denied for loans through Clymer, there's no options within the Treasurer's Office or no other resources that can be offered to these small businesses. By co-locating Clymer in the Office of Economic and International Trade, they are now able to offer other options to the small businesses and fully support them so that they're able to meet their needs and help them to be more sustainable. And the provision here is going to require 90% of the money in a tranche to be committed in loans before opening a new tranche. And when the program was designed, this made sense, and we are distributing money in smaller tranches now, some of which have a limitation, which doesn't make any sense. So this bill will also remove those limitations from around the tranches to allow for more loans to be given. There's what businesses are eligible. To be eligible, again, you need to be from 1 to 100 employees, have at least 1 year of positive cash flow. Your debt service ratio is 1 to 1. And the repeal date on this is that within about 4 years, they expect that this loan will be completed. And so basically, we're asking for your yes vote as we move Clymer to OEdit to be able to help our small businesses and provide them full support.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remember when the Clymer program was born out of the Treasurer's Office and Treasurer Young. I never supported the Clymer program at its inception. I said to those that were in the chamber back then, as I look around, I don't see too many familiar faces, a few, because there's a lot of new people here. I said the state government should not be in the business of lending and banking. That's not the Treasurer's role. That is business's role in the financial sector. Now, most of us that were here back in 2020 and 2021 remember the impact that state policy coming out of CDPHE promulgated out of this state and the negative impact it had on all small businesses, crushing them, causing many small businesses to close, particularly in the services sector and restaurateur sector and other sectors. So Clymer was born to try to help rebuild the businesses and other businesses because of the crushing effects of state policy. At that point in time, I said it's ironic that state policy causes businesses to go out of business, but then we have to resurrect a program that tries to rebuild and bring businesses back in the financial services area. If we don't want businesses to go out of business, let's help them stay in business by not having rules and regulations promulgated that cause them to go out of business, or onerous, or excessive, or unreasonable, or unsustainable for the business to continue. It's over-regulation. But now we have Clymer. Back then, it was supposed to be a temporary program that was just helping us get out of COVID. Now, for some people, we'll never recover from COVID because it's just a means to an end. But COVID is in our rearview mirror now, but Clymer is not. Clymer is climbing its way from the Treasurer's Office, clawing its way over to OEdit so the governor can have oversight. Good old Governor Polis. going to have control of this now so he can facilitate the financial interests. Now, I do share some passion. I do have a note here. I better take a look at it. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. So I'm going to wrap this up quickly. But I do want people to understand that this program wasn't supposed to go forever. It was supposed to go away. So remember, colleagues, programs that are temporary do need to go away and not just continue forever and ever in perpetuity. So thank you very much for your time. And I think timer needs to go away sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill passed out of the Finance Committee 11. It was unanimous. We even got a vote from our own Representative Bradley. So, you know, this is nothing. Joke. Anyways, so this bill is a great bill. It's moving, and it will be ending within 4 years. It has maybe about four more fiscal years on it. We ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1453. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1453 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1355.
House Bill 1355 by Representatives Mabry and Amabile concerning reducing the competency wait list and in connection therewith creating a wraparound care program.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1355 and the Appropriations Committee report and Judiciary Committee report.
So move to the Appropriations Committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated money.
Representative Amabile? All right. The motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary report. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a great hearing on this legislation in the Judiciary Committee. It passed unanimously, which rarely happens out of the Judiciary Committee, or maybe it was 10-1. Either way, rare in the Judiciary Committee. We brought one amendment in the Judiciary Committee after stakeholding with the DAs and OCFMH. And we removed some language from the legislative declaration, and we provided some clarity around data collection in the legislation. And our most substantive change had to do with eligibility. Basically, what this is about is creating a program for people who are not competent to stand trial to seek and receive mental health treatment. And our amendment specified that the district attorney's office will consent to referrals to the program. We added in language to assure Victim Rights Act compliance when a defendant is referred to the program. We changed and specified a preponderance of the evidence standard when a court decides whether the program was completed successfully. And the amendment specified that the district attorney may object and prevent any record sealing from completion of the program. We clarified some language around Class 2 misdemeanors and above to allow district attorneys to make prima facie showing that the defendant meets standards for civil certification, and we cleaned up a reference to data collection regarding jail-based restoration to be more accurate.
Are there further comments on the Judiciary report? Representative Amabile.
And
Or
with
Representative Mabry.
With that, we do have an amendment to the Judiciary Committee report. I move Amendment L3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please give us a moment. Please proceed, Representative Mabry. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L3 is purely technical to make cross-references in the bill fit drafting conventions. And with that, we ask for an aye vote.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L3 to the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee report. Further comments? Members, the motion before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L004 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Please proceed, Representative Amabile.
Thank you. This amendment is something that was brought to us by the district attorneys, and it has to do with what happens when somebody makes statements while they're doing this intake process, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L4? Seeing none, members, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L4. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment L4 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this legislation comes out of the fact that Colorado continues to be in the midst of a competency crisis. It has been close to 13 years since our state was sued for violating the constitutional rights of those medically determined to be incompetent to proceed in criminal courts because of serious mental illness. Right now, once a formal determination of incompetency is made by the court, because of lack of resources, people sit in jail for months and sometimes up to a year waiting for a bed to be available in a state hospital or a privately contracted bed to restore them to competency so that they can be prosecuted in court. I also want to emphasize that competency restoration is not about treating the underlying mental health issue. What it is about making sure that these people who are severely mentally disabled understand the court proceedings that are happening before them. And I believe, and I think the stakeholders that are involved in this believe, that that's not addressing the underlying problem. We need to provide these people treatment. And so the state has recently committed close to $200 million to expand bed capacity over 3 years in hospitals, and there is a real need to look at the community side of this problem and find a way that persons suffering need not go to the hospital for 120 days, the average time people stay, to get restored to competency to be prosecuted. But when they get back, the persons, our local sheriffs in their communities face the same problems. This legislation comes from looking at evidence-based models and research-based approaches. For example, in Miami, they were facing a similar competency crisis, and they employed a similar diversion program and deflection model that focused on wellness and social stability for participants. And that program reduced recidivism from 75% to 20%. In committee, we heard stories of family members who have watched, and it's an honor to work on this legislation with my co-prime sponsor because she has been a leader in this space, and I'm sure that she will speak to some of the human suffering that we have seen. But we have heard from people that have watched their family members suffer in jail on the waiting list to go through the competency system, and heard how ineffective our current approach has been and how the current approach makes problems worse. We have a moral and legal responsibility to act and not accept what has become the status quo of suffering and constitutional violations that have costing our state tens of millions of dollars. This bill alone will not solve our problems, but it is a step in the right direction to reform our approach. Again, this bill passed unanimously out of House Judiciary. There was no opposition. We ask for a yes vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that was very well summarized by my co-prime, who it is also an honor to work with. Every year that I've been in the legislature, I've run a competency bill, and this year I'm on 2 competency bills because it's a big problem and it's very nuanced and there are a lot of aspects to it. But this is the first bill that is saying we actually have to get people into treatment. And I think you all know why this matters to me, because I have a son who has serious mental illness and who has been criminal justice involved. So I understand the very real possibility that he could one day end up on this competency wait list. And every week, I get a call or an email or several calls or several emails. And I just want to read you the one that I got today. So yesterday, I got a phone call from somebody who works with all of us here in this building who said, can you help this person who I know? And she reached out to me today by email. And she said,
Members, let's keep it down, please.
my son has been in the jail since early August 2023. In November, we learned he was 425 in line for admission to the state hospital. In February, he moved to 300. And recently, we learned he is number 115. 10 months have passed. He is not communicating with us. We are deeply concerned for him and confounded by Colorado's neglect of this population. Again, thank you for being part of this crucial change. As a mother, it has been utterly heartbreaking to know that my son, who has a medical diagnosis, is languishing without treatment in the criminal justice system. He has an illness, and he needs therapeutic support. He needs care, not cuffs. I urge you all to please vote yes.
Members, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 24-1355. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1043.
House Bill 1043 by Representatives Taggart and Hamrick, also Senators Hansen and Van Winkle, concerning payments to the statewide Death and Disability Trust Fund to pay benefits for Fire and Police Pension Association members hired before January 1, 1997.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1043, and I move the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report.
The Appropriations Committee report
Excuse me, Representative Taggart, 1 second. Members, can we keep our voices down, please? It's getting hard to hear. Thank you. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I've heard it this quiet. Amendment 002 in the appropriations just allows us as a state to fulfill the commitment that we have made to the Fire and Police Protection Association. But given our financial situation, it spreads out our commitment over a longer period of time. And that suggestion came from my colleagues on the JBC, so we thank them.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill, or is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Okay.
The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
And a pleasure to serve with you.
Today, Representative Taggart and I are very, very honored to be here to present House Bill 24-1043 on behalf of Colorado's police officers and firefighters. This is a bipartisan bill that comes from Bipartisan Pension Review Commission, which considered and recommended this legislation. There is a pressing need to fully fund Colorado's statewide death and disability plan for police officers and firefighters hired before January 1st, 1997. This critical plan provides disability benefits and survivor benefits to families of these responders killed or disabled while serving their communities. In 1997, the state handed over funding responsibility for the plan to local governments and made a final payment that actuaries at the time estimated would cover all future benefits. However, due to longer life expectancies and higher disability rates than expected, that 1997 payment has proven insufficient. This bill corrects that and supports those who support and protect us.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1043? Seeing Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think to reinforce what my co-prime just said, we made a commitment as a state to the Fire and Police Protection Association, the men and women that protect us on a daily basis. And this bill just strictly enables us as a state to follow through on a commitment that we made to this association for individuals that were hired before January 1997. And I would ask for your support on this on behalf of the men and women that are so critical to our service.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1043. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1043 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Buckner and Lundin, also Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi, concerning transparency requirements for institutions of higher education.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 164 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we did run several amendments in our Education Committee, a couple of technical fixes and semantics word changes. We also ended up running an amendment that better defined how we are speaking about the Student Bill of Rights. We made this commitment to transferring credits a little more straightforward and streamlined. I would ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had an amazing drafter who caught one more technical fix before we approved the committee report. And so with that, I would move Amendment L011 to Senate Bill 164 and ask that it be properly displayed. Did I say that? Okay.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me try that again. I move Amendment L011 to the Education Committee report for Senate Bill 164.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was an enrolling error that we're just trying to fix. It's a technical change, and with that, I would ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L11, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am very excited to bring this bill before you and want to thank my co-prime, Minority Leader Puglisi. We share a commitment to student success in post-secondary experiences. Students deserve a very clear path to graduation where they get credit for their hard work regardless of where they begin that college education. So many of our students may be out of fear of the college experience or just because of life changes will start in one institution of higher education and move to another. I think that's healthy. I think that's growing. And as long as they're committed to ultimately earning that post-secondary credential, we want to do everything we can to help them succeed. Our bill creates more transparency on that transfer of credits process, ensures that students know where they begin or end their college career, that those credits are going to move with them in the major that they are pursuing in a way that is fair for both student and institution. And I hope that you'll join me in passing Senate Bill 164 to ensure more student completion of higher ed credentials and creating a stronger, better, more talented workforce. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my wonderful co-prime and the Speaker for all of the hard work and stakeholding that was done on this bill. This is really important as we get people to complete their transfer credits and complete college. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote on the bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 24-164. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your committee with all begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1043 as amended, 1052 as amended, 1116 as amended, 1157 as amended, 1268, 1295 as amended, 1307 as amended, 1314 as amended, 1355 as amended, 1358 as amended, 1365 as amended, 1446 as amended, 1449 as amended, 1453, 1455, and 1461. Passed on second reading, order and aggressive place on the calendar for third reading final passage. Senate Bills 1 is amended, 164 is amended, 194 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Parenti. Members, you've heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. The motion before us is to adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. She's excused. Bradfield, Catlin. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 15 no, and 5 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1348 to the beginning of the consideration of Senate amendment calendar.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1348 will be moved to the beginning of consideration of Senate amendments calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1348.
House Bill 1348 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia, also Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Fields, concerning a requirement to securely store a firearm in a vehicle.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I move that the House not concur with Senate amendments for House Bill 1348 and request that a conference committee be formed.
Please proceed. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, it is, a really good day when we as the House get to educate the Senate on procedure. For example, adding amendments to a bill that do not fit under the title. So, because of that, we are going to conference to remove the elements that were added, which never should have been because they do not fit under the title, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, colleagues, as you know, with the House Bill 241162, the penalty for theft of firearms, Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask for a little bit of latitude as I go through a list here, and I promise it pertains to what we're speaking about.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, this concept, in my opinion, relates directly to this bill as we're talking about preventing theft of firearms from vehicle by mandating a safe storage of firearms in a vehicle. So in that, we have these other bills that were pertaining to firearm safety and otherwise firearm accountability. We have the firearm dealer requirements and permit, firearm liability insurance requirement, firearm merchant category code, firearm ammunition and ammunition excise tax, school safety measures, prohibit certain weapons used in mass shooting, CBI authority to investigate firearm crimes, prohibiting carrying firearms in sensitive spaces, funding for school safety of firearm and detection systems, and then finally, secure firearm storage in a vehicle. For the majority of the bills that we have here, we're talking about accountability that we are pushing on the people that are carrying firearms. What happened with 1162 is that was killed in committee and judiciary. to simply raise the penalty for theft of firearms to a felony. I compromised and brought that down to a misdemeanor, and the bill still failed, although I was trying to amend it. So the Senate saw fit to make this something that would be pertinent and also applicable to this bill because we are talking about theft of firearms from vehicles. When you have a safe or secure storage of a firearm in a vehicle in a box, that box is still able to be stolen with the firearm inside. And we're talking about a civil infraction for the owner of the firearm, not the person that stole the firearm. So as it pertains to the person stealing the firearm, this is a way to hold that person accountable because that firearm is not going to be used to sell for them to put food on the table. When firearms are stolen, they're used in violent crimes. We need to prevent that. We need to find ways of getting that to stop. This is one of those ways of getting that to stop. I think we need to address it. I appreciate Senator Roberts for bringing this to the bill and where it has gone from there. I'm appreciative that it came back here, and I highly encourage us to follow suit. And understanding, I think if that bill would have made it to the House floor, it would have done a lot more favorably than it did, failing on a 6-5 vote in judiciary. I think it can do much better in this House, and I think this is one way to do it by adding it to a bill that it definitely pertains to. So I encourage that you concur or vote to concur with the Senate amendment to this bill. Thank you.
Representative Armagost, to be clear, the motion before us is to not concur. And can you clarify what you were just saying?
And not concurring, I think in that vote, I would ask that you object to that. I think we should concur with the Senate amendments.
So you object to the motion before us?
Yes, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you. Thank you. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we heard a lot of evidence in the hearing for 1358 in judiciary that fully over half of all firearm thefts are stolen out of vehicles, whether that's a vehicle itself being stolen or stolen from a car or another vehicle. No title challenge was brought in the Senate when they put on these amendments. I think that's a good indication that they felt it clearly did fit under the title. I mean, after all, the name of the bill is Secure Firearm Storage in a Vehicle. And given that so many firearms are stolen from vehicles, so I personally think that the work the Senate did, I applaud them for that. And I would urge you to not vote on this motion, and let's go ahead and concur with that and move on. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Members, I am in support of the original motion to not concur and go to conference, and here's why. We have a pretty narrow question in front of us. What we're not talking about is every other firearms bill that we've debated or might yet debate in this place this year. Those bills are an occasion for policy debate. I don't know why a title challenge was not brought in the Senate. I don't even think it's a close call that the Senate amendment is not colorably, reasonably, not by a mile under the title of this bill, which concerns safe storage in vehicles. Now, if the Senate had adjusted the penalty for taking a firearm from a vehicle, I think that would have been a lot closer. Maybe I would even concede under the title. Then it would be in the domain of a policy judgment that we're all here to make for ourselves and our districts, and not touching on core issues of the integrity of legislative process, which is what I think is going on here. That is not what the amendment did. The amendment goes into 18.4.401, which is the statewide blanket theft statute. What the Senate did is not to set forward a penalty, higher, lower, whatever, for taking firearms out of vehicles, for example, if they're not safely stored. What the Senate did was essentially engraft another bill into this bill in a way that is way broader than the title, way broader than the conversation ever was in Judiciary Committee. I know I was there, I chaired it. So, yeah, I have the opinions that I have on the underlying policy, and we all do, and we're entitled to have those, but we have to have some integrity to the process, too. I am calling foul on what happened in the Senate. For that reason, I'm in support of the motion to go to conference and fix it. And we can have the other debates in an appropriate way. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to clarify to the whole chamber that it's up to each chamber and each chamber themselves to decide what does and does not fit under the title. And the fact that the Senate deemed that this did fit under the title means it does fit under the title. I have experienced this issue several times during the 6 years that I've served here in the House. And that's been the rule that's come up every single time, is that each chamber does get to decide for that particular chamber what does fit under the title. No objection was raised in the Senate. They had the ability to raise an objection just like any of us have that ability to raise that objection. No objection was raised. The Senate accepted that. We should reject this and concur with the Senate. This is a very good approach, and I support the Senate amendment. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank the bill sponsors for their work on this bill. I think the bill, it's a good bill, and just assuming that the motion passes, I would urge them to consider actually retaining the amendment that was passed in the Senate. We know that the majority of violent crime is committed with stolen firearms, and anything that we can do to prevent additional commission of violent crimes is a good thing, and the laws that we pass regulating guns should be laws that are effective to keeping us safer and making sure that we are doing everything we can to prevent those precedents to violent crimes is a good thing for public safety. So I urge the conference committee, should the motion pass, to reconsider rejecting what the Senate added and consider keeping that on so that we are actually directing our laws and being thoughtful about limiting stolen firearms, which we know are mostly used in violent crimes.
Representative Evans.
Colleagues, never tell the Senate I said this, but I rise in support of the Senate amendment, which means you push the red button on this motion. Because as you just heard my colleague from across the aisle state, this is a way to be able to hold accountable those individuals who are stealing firearms, flooding the black market with stolen firearms, and ultimately committing crimes in our communities with stolen firearms. We don't want that to happen, and you can make sure that doesn't happen by pushing the red button on this motion. I urge a no vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, it feels like deja vu every day, almost. This comes up about what happened with the original bill that was now grafted into this legislation in the Judiciary Committee. In the Judiciary Committee, again, I've said this several times, in the Judiciary Committee, we asked law enforcement, what happens right now when somebody is arrested for stealing a weapon and the penalty is lower than what some of our colleagues want? What happens to the firearm? Law enforcement said they confiscate the firearm. So that legislation did not lead to guns getting off the streets. Now let's talk about how this intersects with other crimes. If somebody has done something else, they will be charged for that. They will be held accountable for the other thing that they did. So if we're talking about violent crime, if somebody has committed a violent crime, the violent crime is still on the books. They can still be prosecuted for that violent crime. The next thing I want to state is, let's talk about what intersects with recidivism and people being more or less likely to commit crimes. And that's being tied up in with the criminal justice system. Young people, when they get tied up in with the criminal justice system, they are more likely to later in their lives go commit crimes. So in the Senate Judiciary Committee, we rejected the legislation that was grafted in to this bill because it did not take guns off the streets and because it would not have led to our communities being any safer. If somebody committed a violent crime with the weapon that they stole, they would have been held accountable for that violent crime. All this would have done is gotten young people more wrapped up in with the criminal justice system, which after 50 years of the United States locking up more people than any country on earth, I think we would know, and I think our voters know better, that what we're doing, over-criminalizing people, is not working. It's not working, and that's why we rejected that legislation in the Senate Judiciary Committee. So I strongly stand and echo, ditto, the chair's
point about how this doesn't fit under the title and procedurally is inappropriate, but I am totally with the sponsors on this. Let's reject what the Senate did.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues. I just want to reiterate a point. We have often been asked, how is it that we work between the chambers? And some of the things that we're typically also asked is to adhere, if you will, to protocols as well as the culture we want to speak, because I just want to be clear on what's happening without the subject matter. A bill was brought forward to committee that was not passed, and so another chamber took that same bill language and put it into another bill where we didn't get to kind of consider that if that's something we want to do, and that's what we're voting on. We're not talking about title for title's sake. We're talking about content from another bill that went through our process that did not pass, so another chamber put it into a bill. And if that's something that we're going to approve here, are we going to do that all the time? If there is a bill that I had that didn't pass, can I just put it in yours? Because that's kind of what happened here. And so I think part of what we are voting for is also that culture. And it is the culture and relationships we need to figure out with another chamber. Because if we're opening that door, I got a lot of amendments for a lot of people's bills. Real talk, And so we should be really mindful of that. For what it's worth, I haven't said that in a while. This was an issue with the big bill towards the end of session 2 years ago, and across the aisle, everybody was like, you just put another bill that we voted down in this bill. So, we're doing the same thing here. So I just want us to be consistent on what we're talking about and what we might open the door for. I understand, yes, we did. And what happened, I won't do the Senate bill number, okay? But that's, to me, what this represents. And we should, sometimes titles just kind of go by us, but we should vet them, and we should vet the protocol to be sure what's happening. And that's the thing that bothers me about it. I'm okay with winning or losing arguments and having arguments about what my colleague raised. But the content to which was added to this bill was something that failed. And so if we can do that now, then I think we should just accept it and then, think about the complaints moving forward. So thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So colleagues, I feared the direction this was going to go, and it did. I don't like the idea that we're comparing the theft of a firearm to simple crimes. When we're talking about the theft of a firearm, this isn't stealing a pack of gum from the store and getting wrapped up in the judicial system after that. This is something where somebody that's stealing a firearm is looking for a firearm. When you're looking for a firearm and stealing a firearm, it's for a purpose. It's not something you come across breaking into a car. It's not something you come across robbing a person that is concealed carrying or anything like that. This is something where people look for firearms to use in violent crimes. If we aren't holding people accountable that are stealing those firearms, if they're caught and they get the petty offense that is associated with stealing a handgun that's of standard value of a handgun, it's a petty offense. That's a $300 fine. All that this was going to do was raise that to a misdemeanor, a minimum misdemeanor. Now, when we're referring to the language of the bill I referred to, that was my bill that was killed in judiciary, this was something that was requested from me. The information was requested from me from a senator on the other side of the aisle. This is not somebody I was in cahoots with to get my bill resurrected in some form or another. This was somebody that reached out to me that thought this was applicable to the bill based on the fact that firearm theft is what we're addressing in this bill. And if we're addressing firearm theft, accountability should be part of that conversation of the person stealing the firearm, not just the person that we assume is improperly storing a firearm. So again, I ask you to reject this idea, and we need to push the red button, as my colleague said, so that we can concur with the Senate amendments. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I understand. Many of you are probably feeling your heartstrings pulled a little bit. I want to remind us what 1348 is about. It's about safe storage and vehicles. It is not about criminalizing and penalizing somebody who steals a gun. The fact that we're even discussing and that it's been openly and willingly put on the table here, that the bill what the Senate is trying to do is insert a bill that already died. I will say that again. The Senate is trying to insert a bill that has already died, playing a procedural foul, ignoring the processes that we have in both our chambers, the respect of our committees. We are asking you to go to conference right now. Because you know what? We did agree to 2 amendments that we want to save. We did agree to do 2 of those. That, my friends, is how it should work. You agree to how a bill will change. You don't play tricks to get your revenge.
Representative Garcia, that is a bridge too far. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am quoting what is in the Denver Post.
But accusing others of revenge, whether it is other words or your own, is too far. It's impugning motives. Thank you very much.
If we decide that we are willing to allow this to happen, then I think we will actually have lost control in this place. And I urge a yes vote so we can go to conference.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hate to hear motives being impugned and words like revenge being used. This is a substantive issue. Just like Representative Armagost, my co-prime sponsor, we recognize our bill died in judiciary on a 6-5 vote. I was kind of done with it. And when I heard this was going on, I thought, good for you. They have a true, heartfelt, substantive reason for doing what they're doing. Every gun group, every town, Moms Demand Action, say the number one thing we can do to reduce gun violence is to eliminate the theft of illegal firearms. And these guns that are being stolen are not being, sold to otherwise law-abiding gun owners. These guns are stolen, they're either sold to other criminals or most likely to young people, to youth who lack the discretion and should not have. That's why we don't allow the people of that age to buy legally firearms. We have an opportunity to make some positive changes here in reducing gun violence in Colorado. So I am going to ask you once again to vote no on this motion. Thank you.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my colleagues, the bill sponsors, for many reasons. One, it is not true that because the Senate passed this that it fits under the rules. In fact, if you actually use this law, as soon as it happens, they can sue and challenge that it was added and it didn't fit in the title. And if you believe what we're talking about has anything to do with secure firearm storage in a vehicle, you're wrong. There are already federal laws that say when you steal a firearm and it's in the commission of a crime, there is an 11-year enhancer that already exists. So what we would be doing here if we pass this today is saying the first person to be prosecuted under this law will be free, will be let go because it does not fit under the title. But additionally, they'll be suing the state of Colorado. We might as well just give them the money now. It's absurd. But second of all, members, I will talk process. Because with all due respect to the bill sponsors, this is against their values. You want to add something to a bill, add it to a bill where the bill sponsors actually agree. But this is completely against the values of the two bill sponsors, and that is wrong. To have their name on a bill that includes pieces that their very values are against, that they come here and fight against every single day, that their district has sent them here, counter to what their district has sent them here to represent, is wrong. It's wrong. If you like the underlying bill that they're discussing here today, which by the way still is not about a vehicle,
Representative Herod,
then introduce.
appreciate your passion. Just don't scream.
Then, excuse me?
Don't yell.
Then introduce that bill, okay? And run it. But do not put your values onto someone else's bill who does not align with that and in fact, at their core, believes it's wrong. Let them go to conference, let them work this out. That is the process. Otherwise, we may face a situation in which there is no bill at all. We may face a situation in which secure firearm storage in a vehicle is not the law of the land in Colorado. That's the choice we have in front of us today. I ask for a yes vote on this concurrence, and I ask that we let the bill sponsors go to committee and work this out.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do just want to address the one point related to whether or not this has ever been done before, wherein a bill that has died previously has been dropped into an existing bill that is likely to pass through the system. In my first year, on the very last day of session, we heard 1266, House Bill 1266. That bill incorporated at the very last minute Senate Bill 200, which had died. It was a very controversial bill. Even the first floor was in opposition to that bill, Senate Bill 200, and yet with 30 seconds to prepare remarks and responses, the minority had to deal with the amendments that were made in the Senate in incorporating almost the fullness of Senate Bill 200 in House Bill 1266. 2 years prior, Senate Bill 19236 had a similar situation wherein two bills that had died that session were incorporated into that bill. It was before my time. I don't remember what those two bills are, but that's just two examples of this precedent being established. So there are other arguments on the table, I understand, but in terms of us being the ones to establish this precedent of introducing an already existing bill that has died into an existing bill that is likely to pass, that precedent has well been established over the last number of years at least. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1348 and appoint a conference committee. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 34 aye, 27 no, and 4 excused, the motion to not concur and appoint a conference committee is adopted. The conference committee appointees, Representatives Velasco as chair, Garcia and Armagost, will serve as conference committee members. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to Friday, April 26, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Friday, April 26, 2024. Have we done announcements and introductions? Are there any? We did some this morning. Great. Madam Majority Leader, we're good.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.
you.